recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
It's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
It's a draw.
The big missed opportunity, he feels it, and wow, I haven't seen Jan like that after a game, Robert.
I don't know if that's a good sign.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Ding Liren held his ground.
He has managed to strike back twice. He needs to do it one more time to level the score.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
It is the day after the rest day. This is picturesque Astana, calm on the outside, but it's going to get very stormy inside the playing arena of the St. Regis Hotel. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren are in an intense back and forth battle to win the crown. We are live inside the playing hall as we wait for the players to arrive. It's going to be an exciting Game 10. Welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Tanya Sachdev, alongside my co-commentators, Grandmaster Robert Hess and Grandmaster Fabiano Caruana. Welcome, guys. We had a fantastic Game 9. It was the longest of this match so far. Fabi, how was your rest day?
It was good. After such a long game, I think we all needed a rest day, especially I'm sure the players did. And I hope they come with renewed energy for the last few games. And I'm expecting some creative ideas today.
Absolutely. As are we, Fabi. We enter the final 5 games of this World Championship match. And I have to say, I missed the chess yesterday. Gotten so used to it, the day just did not feel complete. Chat, don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to me. You know you're equally invested in this match. Robert, is it just me or are you feeling the emotional investment too?
How could anyone watching not feel the emotional investment? We've seen Ding's emotions. He's laid them out for everybody to witness. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was quite upset after that Game 9 performance where he felt like he had the upper hand. So yeah, this has been highly emotional. I'm just excited for the action to continue.
It's going to be a big Game 10 because there is so much at stake today. And we've had such an explosive World Championship match from the very start. The players have been trading blows. We've had 5 decisive games so far, starting from Game 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi being the first to draw blood, and that too with the black pieces, setting the tone for the action that we were about to see. And with that win, it was Ding Liren who would strike back and equalize the score. We saw 4 back-to-back victories with the white pieces, and they were halted to a peaceful result in Game 8 and Game 9 ending in a draw. Game 9 was a big marathon fight lasting over 6 hours. 82 moves played. Jan Nepomniachtchi ended with a draw. We could see the frustration and a missed opportunity by him. That meant that we go into Game 10 with Jan leading with a point. He's at 5. Ding is at 4. Jan is 2.5 points away from being a crowned world champion, but Ding's task is cut. He needs to equalize the match, and Game 9, Fabi, was a close call for Ding. And there we saw it ending in a draw. But then we could see a very angry Nepomniachtchi. That was a bit surprising because we haven't seen that expression from Jan before. But even in the press conference, it was clear that things had not gone Jan's way. Fabi, were you surprised with the end of that game?
I was surprised that he showed so much disappointment, but it might have been because although we saw the evaluation never swung so much that Jan was at any point winning in the game, he might have felt really, really close not only to the game victory, but maybe in his mind to what would have been the match victory if he had won that game. Because as we were seeing in the statistics, the odds for each player, if he had won, he would have had enormous chances to take home the entire match. I mean, it would have been such a hill for Ding to climb back. While a one-game spread still feels like, we've seen that already before in this match. That's not like the true breakaway point when it's already feeling like one player is running away with the match. So maybe Jan felt like that was his moment to strike.
Yeah, I mean, a win for Jan Nepomniachtchi would have been huge for his winning chances of the overall world title. But for Ding Liren, he held his ground. So he was pretty happy, it seemed, in the post-game conference. He now gets 3 whites in the last 5 games. So I do think the emotions will continue to swing back and forth. But I think Ding sort of won the battle of Game 9, even though the game was a draw.
Nepo definitely looked disappointed after that one. And I have to ask you, Robert, what are you expecting him? How would he overcome that in that rest day? What are you expecting from Nepo, apart from that pink shirt?
I actually think he'll go away from the salmon colored shirt today. It didn't work out for him in game 9 when he had the upper hand and couldn't convert it. So I think that we can expect Jan to change his attire. We can expect Ding Liren to play something new. He has Richard Report as his second. When you hire that man, you have to play variety because variety is the spice of life. And I think we are going to get something new today.
Yeah, it's hard to predict anything from this match, but the one thing that we can guarantee is that it is going to be an action-packed Game 10. And we've got Mike on the ground with the inside story from Astana.
Thanks, guys. Round 9 produced yet another draw, but not before some heavy middle game excitement. Grandmaster Ding Liren chose yet another opening to defend his black, but quickly found his king under heavy pressure. He was able to find a way to liquidate into an endgame where he was only down a pawn, but he had to prove that that defense would hold over about 6 hours of play. It was actually much more difficult than he thought, and here's what Ding had to say after the game was over.
First, I thought it was an easy draw, but I realized it's not so simple, especially after the position he played king f4. If I go knight e4, it might lose because knight d3, knight d6, king e5, and he had many waiting moves here.
This match continues to enthrall the public, with noted chess luminaries like Gotham Chess saying that at various points they were even yelling at the screen. I wanted to know, has Jan Nepomniachtchi ever gotten so invested in a match emotionally that he yelled at his computer screen? And he had quite a funny answer. Here's what Jan had to say.
I guess like every online tournament, like doesn't matter if I play or if I follow, I'm constantly yelling something, yeah? Constantly cursing and so on, yes? Yeah, but jokes aside, yeah, it's quite nice that people are, find the classical chess and the match so exciting.
So here we find ourselves, only 5 games left, but Ding has an additional white in his pocket. He's going to need it down a point. What will happen in round 10 in this most unpredictable of world championships? It's going to be a fun race to the finish. For Chess.com, this is Mike Klein inside the playing hall in Astana, Kazakhstan.
Big Game 10 coming up, and these are the odds for Jans heading into Game 10. These are the odds by our Chess.com stats team. Depending on the result of this game, how much of a favorite is Jan Nepomniachtchi to be the 17th chess world champion? Well, he starts with the black today. Ding is going to be white. But if Jan wins today, it's a 97% favorite to become world champion. In case of a draw, it gives him about an 83% margin. And if Ding, for the 3rd time in this match, does strike back today with the white pieces, the match is wide open. It's anyone's match, just a 51.5% odd there for Jan. Robert, how critical is this? How much of a must-win game is this for Ding?
I think to the viewers, you may think he has to win, he has to tie the score, but he has 3 total white games remaining. The one today, and then 2 more going forward. So you cannot be all in at this juncture. If you were to lose today, that would be devastating to your chances. He still will have more opportunities down the stretch. He needs to play something sharp, he needs to get his chances, but he should not try to go all in.
Yeah, I feel like this is not yet an all-in game, not a game that he absolutely has to win, but he's starting to feel the pressure with the few games remaining in the match, and the pressure is starting to build up more and more that I'm still behind, and I've had so many chances with the white pieces, and I've taken some of those chances, but chances don't come that often against a player as strong as Jan, and especially when he's so well prepared and you've already shown your intentions and you've had some ideas. He'll be feeling the pressure to create something, especially in the opening and in these remaining white games.
And that pressure only builds with each and every passing game. The good news for Ding fans is that out of the final 5 games, Ding will start with 3 whites, today being one of them. And he needs to find a way to take risks, to create chances, to try to get something with the white pieces, but he can't afford to push too much. A loss would be an absolute disaster. And in these kind of situations, it's so easy for excessive risk to backfire. Ding Liren today in game 10 is walking a tightrope. It's a big moment, and it all comes down to the start of the opening. We've seen Ding come up with incredible surprises throughout the match. That has been one of the most unique factors of this World Championship. Very uncharacteristic of the kind of chess that we usually see at this big stage. Take a look at that. Every single game, starting from game 1, we've been treated to an opening surprise, to an unexpected start. And notice how certain openings there, including game 4 by Ding, the English. Game 6, we've got the London here. Then Ding with the black pieces, playing the French. And game 8, Nimzo Indian, what we saw, where he nearly equalized the match score. And then in that big game 9, he played this idea in the Berlin with Bishop C5. And apart from dealing with what he needs to come up with the white pieces, there is also the whole drama around the potential leak of the training games and the opening prep. Hikaru said that this is an unprecedented prep leak. He's convinced that there's no way that these aren't training games between Ding Liren and Richard Rappo. Robert, would you agree?
Yeah, I think at this point we'd all be lying to ourselves if we thought there was anything but the actual preparation of Ding Liren and Richard Rapport. That said, Fabi, you mentioned this the other day, he doesn't think it's the biggest deal in the world. Richard Rapport is somebody with probably way more up his sleeve in terms of adventurous play, and Ding Liren is a superstar and has been for about the last decade. So I don't think that the players need to be overly concerned with a preparation league. I do think that we're going to see a new opening today because that's just been the flavor of the match. And I think that for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he gets to the board early. He's going to have to sit and think hard about what his choices will be because he doesn't know what is coming his way.
Yeah, the funny thing is that one of those accounts that was playing those games went online publicly and said, "I am not Ding Liren and this is not Richard Rapport." And I don't know if it feels like we're already in like poker territory. It's like the bluff and the double bluff here. And but yeah, it's definitely an interesting wrinkle in the match. And we did see that the Berlin was played, which was also played in some of those training games or some of those games played online. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going on. I do think that some of the openings shown in those games were already played in the match. So a lot of that information is already out there. It's no longer really a leak because it's already been played. And there's like one last remaining opening idea, which is the reverse Sicilian with Queen C2. But I don't expect to see that in the game today. I do think a reverse Sicilian could easily be played just because it's a rich direction to get a fight. But I'm kind of hoping for another Nimzo. That was such an exciting game that we got. And in that game 8, just so unpredictable. I'm hoping to see another game like that where we have no idea what's going to happen. Both players potentially winning the game. That's the kind of fight we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the kind of fight that we are being treated to in this World Championship match. You mentioned, Fabi, you want to see another Nimzo and that brilliant idea of rook a2, which created such a dangerous position in the middle game for Jan Nepomniachtchi, was indeed one of the games that was tried in the training games that we saw between these two. Then the bishop c5 of the Berlin. And right now, what we have are the live scenes from the playing arena. We see empty chairs, but the players indeed have arrived in their resting area. They will, in just a few moments, be stepping out into this glass room of the St. Regis Hotel. We see there David Yada. He is an official from FIDE. We are about to start the action. Fabi, you mentioned a reverse Sicilian possibility. Is that an expectation towards Ding starting with 1c4 and Yan replying with the king's pawn move, e5? Is that the opening that you're talking about?
Well, we've already seen one of the variations of the reverse Sicilian. We've seen that Ding definitely has this as a potential weapon against Jan, and he's also played against him in the candidates, albeit unsuccessfully, and successfully in the 2019 Grand Chess Tour Zagreb event. So this has definitely been a battleground for the players. I think it could definitely be a continuation of their theoretical fight today. But what I'm really hoping for is a Nimzo with the fourth move a3, known as the Zamish variation. It's similar to what Ding played in Game 8, but rather different, so some similar ideas. It feels like the Ding team with Richard and whoever else is working there is definitely looking in that direction, but it's hard to predict. I mean, Ding has been the definition of unpredictable in this match so far.
The one thing that's been predictable as we see the players there shaking hands, the only time that you'll see them perhaps share just the tiniest of smiles, is that Jan indeed is back with the pink shirt. These are two incredible fighters with very different playing styles, extremely different personalities, and matched in strength. Ding there starting with the white pieces, humble, kind. He has that persona of that Hulk-like atmosphere when he sits on the board. The beast in him comes out. On the other side, his antagonist with the black pieces, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has been asserting domination. He has been asserting his powerful presence on the board and off it as well. This is a battle that is down for the ages. Robert, what are you making of this? How confident is Ding feeling today with white?
Well, my first guess was already incorrect. I said he would not wear the salmon-colored shirt, but I think perhaps as long as he continues to lead the match, he'll keep that shirt available. And for Ding, I mean, you see him sipping on the water. He's getting ready. I think the last couple games, in some ways, have been good for him. I mean, he lost Game 7 in heartbreaking fashion after outplaying Jan Nepomniachtchi. Then in Game 8, he had the upper hand. He let that slip. Game 9, he was worse, but he held. So I feel like he's just getting back into the flow of the chess after what was a really backbreaking moment of Game 7. It could have allowed him to go astray and continue a losing streak, but no, he was able to right the ship. He is now just in any other day of chess, except it's the World Championship stage. But I think for Ding Liren, I mean, he should be feeling pretty good overall. He has good chances. He's been putting pressure on Jan when he's had the white pieces.
Wow. And we see the jackets are off. Well, it will be liftoff in just a few seconds. And we've been talking about Jan Nepomniachtchi and him returning with the pink shirt as long as he maintains the lead. Robert, is that a little superstition there? We know that chess players are known to be a little superstitious. Safe to say that Jan feels comfortable and maybe slightly that this is his lucky shirt?
Well, just like Stevie Wonder sings, they're very superstitious, writings on the wall, and it's the writing of the World Championship. So when things are going right, you want to keep them that way. So I'm not too surprised by Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the best chess players in the world of all time, keeping the status quo. He wants that to remain. So yeah, chess players are superstitious. Jan has shown that in the past. So I'm not too surprised, even though I predicted he would change it.
Yeah, I think it was Vishwanathan Anand, a legend, 5 times world champion, who said, when things are going your way, do not change what you've been doing. And there we see the special guest, the chief guest, about to make the first move on the board, the inaugural move. And Ding will, of course, take that back. And then we will see what is his preparation. What was the move that was played?
E4.
Or that's not something that we've seen from Ding. Any chances of that actually happening on move 1 today?
There are chances, but I don't know. I mean, it looked like he was saying something to her. So was he saying play e4? Is that
he was saying? So you're saying there's a chance?
I'm saying there's a chance, but he's thinking.
No.
No way.
I'm with Robert on this one. I think 1c4. I think we're going to see an English. And there it is, 1c4 played.
He was thinking about it, or at least he was trying to make us think he was thinking about it.
Yeah, I think he's playing mind games, Fabi. And I guess how important is that when you're the chess? That's all going to have to be played out over the board. But do you think he's using psychology to kind of get back at Jan?
Well, we saw him think also before playing knight f6, the Berlin variation the day before, or the game before, I should say. So he does seem to be, I don't know if he thinks it causes some anxiety in your opponent. It can actually be the case that people feel some anxiety because there's some variations you're scared to see, some variations you're more happy to see, just based on your level of preparedness. And sometimes you want to like induce that anxiety by just, waiting a moment, putting all those thoughts in your opponent's head. Oh, we're seeing an interesting variation. So I didn't expect this one, although it's a good fighting choice. And okay, so basically the two branches in this variation after e4 are black can put the bishop on c5 or the bishop on b4. And the bishop on b4 is a very positional line. And the bishop on c5 is a very sharp line because white is pretty much should take on e5, take on e5, d4. And black plays bishop to b4 after. White takes on e5 and black takes on e4.
All happening. So I don't even have to draw the arrows. I'll just let the players do this thing here. And, well, it's a sharp line for sure. That's good news for Ding Liren, right? But how forcing is it?
So it's not super forcing, but there's an idea for white here. And I think we'll see it on the board. It starts with queen f3. Black takes on c3. White takes back with the pawn. Black usually plays bishop to a5, although it's not obligatory. And then white castles long. And the idea was actually first played against me by Magnus Carlsen in the 2019 Grand Swiss event. I think he'll play bishop to bishop to c5. That's a rare move. Okay, so he's avoiding that long castle stuff that could potentially happen. And I don't know this move, but it's not good news for Ding if he doesn't know it, because if he doesn't know it, it's very unlikely he'll be able to prove an advantage here. I mean, queen g3 looks critical. Absolutely critical.
He's got to know this move, Fabi, because as you were mentioning, and I have the database in front of me, according to my database, bishop a5 indeed is the most popular move in that position with about 70 plus games, but bishop c5 has been played 40 plus times in this position. So it is the second most popular move, after which bishop e7 is also a move that has to be considered. Ding, he does slow down, definitely was expecting bishop a5, but it would be surprising if after this sort of back and forth in the opening with the pawns being traded in the structure, he slows down for too long on bishop c5. And as you said, queen g3, it is indeed the response that has happened most number of times. It hits the g7 pawn. You are playing it with the tempo. Black looks like he doesn't have time to go short castle with the bishop jumping into h6, threatening a mate and one. That could be a very dangerous threat because you don't have the move g6 where you lose the rook. And I see if not... And that would be a disaster for... Yes, Fabi.
This was my question. Is this really so bad? Because there are sometimes cases where you can sacrifice the exchange in this manner. You play probably queen takes f8. And yeah, it's an exchange for sure. Normally you shouldn't do this. For anyone, tempted in the chat to start sacrificing their rooks left and right, usually it's not a good idea. But sometimes the bishop, especially a strong one like on c4, yeah, maybe bishop takes f8 followed by bishop g7, queen e7, and a quick attack on that e-pawn. I don't know what the idea is after queen g3, because if not for castle, I guess you can play g6, but it invites bishop to g5. Then you're forced to play bishop e7, and I'm not sure that this is exactly what you want.
I'm shaking my head. I'm looking at this position, Fabi. I think you're just thinking white just has so much more activity in this.
Yeah, and white can also play h4 here, maybe. It's definitely a tempting option. So I don't know what the... but the thing is, like, Jan is prepared. So whatever he has in mind, it's probably pretty decent.
What about king f8? Sorry to cut you off there, Fabi, but I was just thinking, but to the last World Championship, where against Magnus, Jan played King of 8 voluntarily. Here it makes more sense because it protects G7, doesn't compromise your pawn structure. Is this terrible, losing your right to castle, or is it okay?
No, I think it's very logical. So it looks like white can continue with development. Maybe bishop to e2 is a fair move. And if d6, I probably want to play bishop to f4, maybe bishop to g5 immediately, but I'm not sure. Maybe bishop to f4 is a more natural way. Because I want to be able to take on e5 with the bishop. I don't think black should be taking that pawn at the moment. And yeah, Ding is rather surprised by this. So in that game between Magnus and Jan from the last World Championship, he followed King of 8 up with h5, right? That was the whole point of it. And I can also see h5 happening at some point in this position.
Wow, you are brave. If Jan Nepomniachtchi plays like this, I mean, it comes very unexpectedly to me. Tanya, we thought that he has a point lead, excuse me. Every half point is good for him. Playing in this style, you kidding me?
I love it, Robert. I love the position that we already have. And Jan Nepomniachtchi makes the move bishop c5, leaves the board, Ding in his first think of a game 10. And I want to also highlight, Robert, the difference between bishop c5 and the move that Fabi earlier mentioned with bishop to a5, and why these ideas are not equally strong for white if black chose the retreating square on a5. Now imagine if the bishop did step back to a5 and you play queen g3, again trying to provoke black's king to make a decision as the g7 pawn is attacked. In this case, black can actually go short castle. Short castle becomes a real choice without having to lose material. Bishop h6 is no more a strong option for white because black has the stunning bishop c3, which actually completely would tilt the game in black's favor. If white picks up the bishop, it would mean that the h6 bishop falls, and that is an absolutely fine position for black. Doing well, has castled, has an extra pawn for compensation of that destroyed pawn structure. e5 can come under fire, but if you don't take that bishop on c3, you don't have a good square for the king. Wherever you move it, black will again go boom, bishop e5, and manage to take everything in control. We see the Valbar approve of this, and this would be a bad line for white to follow with the move bishop a5. Which is why that's the move of choice. When faced with this position, Jan plays another less popular move, bishop c5, which allows this line simply because the c3 pawn is not attacked anymore. Queen g3 would be a strong response here.
Do you guys mind if I go on a bit of a tangent in terms of the theory of this variation?
I think everybody would love nothing more, Fabi. Go for it.
So if we go back to that bishop a5, and Tanya, you're absolutely correct that queen g3 is no longer such a dangerous option at white's disposal. But there is this kind of bishop to f4 developing move, short castle, and I kind of thought this variation was pretty decent for black back in the day, and then Magnus played long castle against me, and I managed to survive, but I remember being in a complete panic in this position because it's scary when your opponent castles long and you're like, it's obviously very anti-positional to double your c-pawns and then put the king on that side of the board. On the other hand, white is going to play king to b2 at some point. The king will protect the c3 pawn, then play bishop d3, and then attack with, queen g3, bishop h6 ideas, bishop g5, rook e1. All of white's pieces come into the game very quickly, and you can't play d6. And so this position hasn't been played a lot after that. It's considered sort of playable for black, but also super, super dangerous. And I'm not at all surprised why Jan did not want to go for this. Black, in desperation, usually tries to break open the b-file, playing I think I played queen e7, king b2, and rook to b8, just to play b5 and try to bust things open before white gets a devastating attack on the king side, because all of white's pieces are aimed there. All black's pieces are not as much aimed in that direction, so black is not defending with as many pieces as white is attacking. And this is crazy stuff.
We're speechless here. I mean, this kind of position is so wild. Black doesn't have a single pawn past the 7th rank, so it's a starting square. White has so much extra space thanks to these pawns that are sticking out. The king on b2 looks like it's wide open, but I guess even the move b5 doesn't lead to a checkmate because this white bishop on f1 protects the square. But yeah, I would not voluntarily walk into the line of fire like Magnus Carlsen did against you, Fabi. But yeah, great recall. And maybe Jan Nepomniachtchi saying Ding is probably well prepared in this line. But as we see, he hasn't responded to bishop c5. So question for you, as considering you're so well prepared and have played in this variation before, do you think he actually hasn't looked at this, or he's just trying to remember his preparation, or he's trying to think, what does Jan want from me? What's his thought process like?
I think that he might not be familiar with it. And one of the reasons why is because at the top level, most players have been very hesitant to enter this variation with black. And the simple reason why is because after e4, if we go back to that moment, black has another option, which, for example, Hikaru played against me recently, bishop to b4. And here white doesn't have any tactics involving knight takes e5. White needs to defend the e4 pawn, so plays d3. Black usually plays d6. White kicks the bishop away with a3. The bishop does not want to give itself away for the knight on c3. That's actually the same structure we would see from the previous game in this match, right? Pretty much the same exact structure, but actually a better version for black. So that's why black plays bishop to c5. And after b4, bishop to b6. And this is a pretty high-level battleground, let's say. White has moves like bishop to e3, bishop to e2. This was played by Hikaru with the white pieces against Wesley So in the recently played American Cup. It was played by pretty much every top player in the world: Magnus, Levon, Wesley, Hikaru, Anish, you name him. So, and it's considered pretty safe for black. That's why people kind of think, if I want to find ideas in this line, I need to look here. And that's more a matter of fashion rather than the objective value, because both bishop to b4 and bishop to c5 are fully playable moves, but you want to look in the direction more so where it's fashionable. That being said, if you're playing this in a World Championship match, you probably should be doing comprehensive preparation ready for basically any legal move at your opponent's disposal. So bishop c5 coming as a surprise, not a very good sign for Ding.
Yeah, and Ding there having quite a bit of a think in this position. It's been about 10 minutes. Now, queen g3 feels like a very direct approach here. You're immediately threatening the pawn on g7. But the fact that he's taking his time, of course, one always considers development when you're faced with a move that you were not prepared with. And what comes to my mind is a move like bishop d3 here. Take out that bishop, start eyeing that h7 pawn in case of a castle. Attack can be built, and you just simply want to get your own king to safety. Is that an approach in this kind of an opening, Fabi? Can Ding in fact be just looking at simply completing his development now that it's clear that this might not be the exact position that he's had in his preparation?
Yeah, I think bishop d3 is definitely on his radar, but he needs to have a sense of urgency in this position, because let's say after bishop d3, black castles short. And if white simply castles short, black plays d6. Unless you have some tactics involving the h7 pawn, but I don't see them immediately. You can attack that pawn, but g6 seems to safely defend it. For example, queen e4, g6, and black has the idea of bishop f5 as well. So white can't just make generic developing moves. It'll be an equal position. I mean, certainly white is not worse after d6, but white needs to play concretely, because in this situation in the match, he can't just afford a short draw in the opening. He needs to play for a win. So that's why he played queen g3.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head that white needs to be concrete in this position. No time to slow down. And indeed, Ding does go for the most direct line that we have been discussing. Queen g3 on the board. Robert, this is going to be a firefight starting from move 10.
Yeah, this is the best version of the line we were just looking at, because if black plays king f8 and we can go with this bishop d3 and you play d6, guess what? Your king is still in the center. You haven't castled, which means your king and rook are kind of in each other's path. And if white just eventually castles kingside, you can launch an attack against this black king. So I think queen g3 is the good starting point. Ding Liren knew that. He knew it immediately. He didn't have to think to be told that. But he's just trying to figure out his continuation here. And I think that for Jan, I would probably lean on king f8. As Fabi said, g6, allowing bishop g5 or bishop h6 into these dark squares. That doesn't look very appealing. And castling, giving up the exchange, I probably wouldn't want to venture into those waters considering the match situation. So king f8, I would play, but I'm curious what Jan has in store for us, considering He's the one who prepared this. He's the one playing quickly. When he gets back to his seat, I'm sure he will tell us what he has in mind.
I think the issue is that it's going to be very difficult for Ding to outplay Jan when Jan is, guided by very powerful computer preparation. So the main hope is that Jan's preparation is not comprehensive because it is sort of a sideline. I mean, it's one of the theoretical directions in chess. It's a very popular line, but it is possible to, let's say he's prepared the next few moves, but he hasn't prepared, and we see him quickly play King of 8. He hasn't prepared this in absolute detail where he knows every move for the next, 10, 15 moves. At some point, he'll be surprised, and that's where your hope is to outplay your opponent. For example, yesterday, Ding was very well prepared, but when he was confronted suddenly with a new position after bishop to a2, he did quickly go slightly astray and got in a dubious position. We could see something similar like that today, where they have a position which, from a theoretical objective point of view, Jan knows is kind of balanced, but at some point he will have some slight problems to face because he won't be in his preparation for the rest of the game. I'm looking at a direction here after bishop d3.
What direction?
So I think logically black should play d6.
Okay,
bishop to f4 looks extremely logical to me. And I'm wondering, can black take on e5? I know I said it's a bad move before, but after bishop e5, I'm wondering, can I play f6? Bishop c7? Queen e7? And it's a little bit uncomfortable. And I'm not saying that this is amazing for black, but maybe it's enough to equalize the game eventually, because let's say king to f1. I'm thinking black can develop bishop e6, rook c8 next. Like black's pieces may quickly come into the game, and the extra pawn for white is those doubled c pawns. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe black is more or less on the verge of equalizing these types of positions.
And Ding, he again, for the second time in a row, just goes into a think in this position after King f8. It's clear that Jan is prepared and Ding isn't. How surprising is that when Jan decides to play the English pawn opening, starts with 1c4, goes into this extremely concrete variation with knight e5, with the d4 pawn push, but with this one different direction of the bishop retreat to c5, we see Ding go into a think tank. And on the other hand, we've seen Jan have this approach, right? Even against Ding's French, he chose to play a variation, not the most topical one, not the one that he usually does, but simply not walking into Ding's preparation. And there as well, Ding was indeed taking a lot of time. In a World Championship match, Fabi, with your experience, how discomforting is it that when you're white and you want to be the one calling the action from the very start in the opening, but then you just feel that it's your opponent who's actually backlashed and come back with a better preparation, and you need to now start thinking early on?
Well, yeah, you said it. Everyone wants to be calling the shots, and that's why it's very often a battle of who gets the first surprise in. And it's not even so much of the objective quality of the move, because bishop a5 we know is a good move. Bishop b4 earlier on in the game was also a good move, but you want to be able to get your sort of surprise in. And as long as it's not very bad, as long as it's decent, then the surprise value is the most important factor. It's not like I have all sorts of good moves and I can play any one of them, because you can play a good move and then you get surprised later on and you end up getting under pressure. So you want to make your opponent think as early as possible, and that's what Jan is going for. It's just smart preparation. It's I think how people generally should at the top level be approaching the openings and how they usually do so these days.
Fabi, you're gonna love this. Jan Nepomniachtchi has had this position before from the white side in a Title Tuesday back in 2020.
Who played it against him?
He played against Jose Gabriel Cardoso. So,
okay.
He was, but the point is, he has experience from the white side, which may have led him to look into this variation.
Yeah, for sure. That people think that Title Tuesday is all just like fun and games, and for the most part it is. But sometimes you get an opening surprise, and then you just like your curiosity hits you, and you're like, okay, I got to check this. Very often, maybe it's something random. It wasn't even good, but sometimes it turns out being valuable knowledge that you have. So, yeah, I think we've all been there, where you get surprised in the opening in some blitz game. You check it, and it turns out it wasn't wasn't that bad.
This is
How do
what
you say
happened. I'm just
Title Tuesday
sorry.
is. Sorry, Robert. I just want to talk about Title Tuesday here because Fabi said it's all fun and games. I have to say, I mean, have you taken a look at the playing field of a Title Tuesday? It is insane. Every time that I've been able to play there, it just feels like it's the strongest elite event. You've got the best players playing in the world. It's a lot of fun to watch, and it's definitely very dramatic, but that just feels like a world-class event every single week. It's insane.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It's this pretty much the strongest weekly event you can possibly imagine. Very often, it's stronger than like a world championship in Blitz and Rapid. But still, a lot of players, a lot of the top guys are not taking it super seriously. We see a lot of guys streaming, sometimes drinking, sometimes playing with their friends, hanging around and distracting them, and so it's not the same level of concentration that you would expect from some other events. But
Looking at
it's
you,
funny,
Magnus.
Robert. Yeah, we were thinking of one guy, weren't we?
This is one name on everyone's mind. And Robert, you were telling us about this game, which in fact Jan Nepomniachtchi has had with the white pieces in a Title Tuesday. How did his opponent respond with black hair?
Yeah, no, I was putting the moves on the board, and H5 was an idea that Fabi had talked about, and it was played in that game. So it's very likely that we'll see that again. And just to sort of show some of the more moves that happened, it was a capture on E5, and in this position, Black was able to play the move Bishop G4, trying to go after this king on the E file. And you can see the evaluation bar saying Black is completely fine here. So Jan maybe inspired by a game he played from the white side 3 years ago in Title Tuesday.
Yeah, this is the whole point behind the H5 push. It's not to play H4 so much. That is one of the ideas. But it's more so to be able to play Bishop G4, and white is kind of obligated to capture on G4. And after HG4, to get out of that nasty pin, white should castle. Well, then black can take on H4 with the queen. Queen takes, rook takes. We enter an endgame, which is probably very, very close to equality. Bishop takes C7. As long as white doesn't get mated down the H file, I guess it will probably turn into equality. So, yeah, this is going to be tough because Ding will have to be watching out for these ideas, which are not at all evident immediately. Maybe this is why Bishop D3 instead of Bishop to E2 is perhaps a more precise move.
Okay, so it's right here. So you're saying trying to bring the bishop to D3, but you can't in this.
Well, not here, but immediately.
Yep.
I feel like this is a super critical move. Of course, white has a tough choice: Bishop E2 or Bishop D3.
I think you're right, though. Bishop D3 does make sense. I mean, it's also a more active diagonal. Not that black's castling anymore, but it does stare further into black's camp. And I think D6, we're presuming, is automatic in most of these positions.
I think black is kind of, black has to, because if you don't free that bishop up, then you're going to be left with a really lousy position. You can play B6, but that doesn't actually free the bishop because white always has like bishop to E4 ideas. So, yeah, this doesn't look super good for black. You want, and especially you want to get rid of the E5 pawn because that pawn is creating some sort of like, it's kind of cutting the board in half. So black needs to be able to have access to the king side, but that pawn on E5 is cutting off access. So D6 is pretty much a given. And here bishop to F4 is the first move which comes to mind, but bishop G5, bishop G5 doesn't make sense because of queen E8. So bishop F4 really comes to mind.
Yeah, just to put that on the board, Fabi's point is that bishop G5, you attack the queen, but you invite it to a better square where there's a pin along the E file. And so, I mean, I just want to take a step back, just a quick moment here, that in the game, if we just go back to the live board, the last move played was king to F8. So for people who are watching at home who may be thinking, my coach taught me to always castle. It's not always. It is situation dependent, and oftentimes with these high-level grandmasters like Fabiano Caruana and the two players in the World Championship match, it's do as they say, not necessarily as they do, because in this position, king F8 was kind of forced. If you castled, we went over this a bit ago, but if you weren't here, bishop H6 is overwhelming. Checkmate is threatened on the spot. You can't take this bishop. It goes against the rules of chess, I'm sorry to say, and in order to stop checkmate, you'd have to push your pawn. and then you lose your rook for a bishop. That is not a good material exchange. So castling, not available to you. Pushing your pawn would have weakened all of these dark squares around the black king side, and we were showing lines that involve bishop to g5. The bishop could also go to h6, which would stop black from castling, and white has a huge initiative. So Jan prepared this line. He was willing to say, I don't have to castle in this game. My king will sit on f8, and that's okay, because I defend my g7 pawn. I don't give away those key dark squares. I'm not losing a rook for a bishop, and that's why we have seen Jan avoid castling. And that could be a problem for him. His king will remain towards the center. His rook may not get in the game. That is one of the reasons why h5 was played in that blitz game and may, in fact, be played in this World Championship Classical game. But it's not going to be easy to coordinate for black. We'll see if Jan has prepared this very deeply, because he's going to need that. He's going to need to rely on preparation and his skill set to get out of this position where his king and rook are in each other's way.
Robin, not only has Jan played this, he's faced it, right? As you were mentioning, in a 2020 Title Tuesday game with the white pieces. And that just begs the question that in today's time, in this modern era where we see so much rapid and blitz being played at the highest level, where we see intense preparation, such big tournaments happen, how important is it to actually study the games of your opponent and to prepare against the games of your opponent, which have been played in a different format, in the rapid format or the blitz format? And the fact that Ding is thinking right now, was this a little slip by Team Ding to actually not be aware that Jan, in fact, did have this position and could be familiar with these setups? Fabi, what's your take on it when you're preparing for these big tournaments, for the Champions Chess Tour? How important is it, how critical is it to actually look at the games played online in these faster time controls?
I do feel like it was a slip not to analyze bishop c5, but not because of that reason. And the reason why I say that is because these days, any player you look at will have hundreds of games played in, blitz events, rapid events, online events, and you cannot go through every single game. It's just too much. There's too much information out there, and you'll end up distracting yourself. A lot of people even just play stuff that they wouldn't normally play because it ends up being confusing information and more of a distraction than actual constructive information to have. So if you're looking at your opponent's tree or their recent games, usually people will throw out all those like Title Tuesday games just because people tend to play random stuff. They tend to not play their main openings because there's not as much at stake compared to, let's say a World Blitz Championship or World Rapid Championship, so depending on, let's say, the caliber of the event, people will assign more or less importance to the games. I think that a Title Tuesday game played in 3 years ago, probably not something that you should be really concentrating on too much. But if you're playing this variation, you should still analyze bishop c5 just because it's one of the possible logical moves that someone could play. I mean, I would understand you're playing some normal event, you don't analyze bishop c5. Like, fully understand that. Might even expect it. But for a world championship, it's just a different level. You need to have all the moves taken care of so you don't end up in this sort of situation which Ding is in now, where he's playing against a computer. He's playing against the best possible preparation, and he has to try to outplay that on his own over the board. It's just not a situation you want to be in. That being said, very often people who are equipped with very powerful preparation, once they get out of it, they can slip into complacency. This has happened to me many times. I'm sure that it's a common occurrence among many players. So it's not always the case that just because you're well prepared, that means that you will continue to play at your very best afterwards. You might lose some concentration because the feeling of preparation, the feeling of I already got the first victory out preparing my opponent, it can relax you, and that's not an ideal state for playing chess.
I totally get that and agree, Fabi. And a big question I have is not so much about the time control of a gameplay that was a blitz game, but when you are preparing for an opponent, do you look at a position and look at what they played from both colors? Because maybe that's what was missing here, that Ding Liren didn't check if Jan has played this, not just from the black side, but from the white side as well. Because I think oftentimes we narrow our tree. There's so many games out there, as you said, that we think, all right, I'm going to play this line. What has Jan played as the black pieces? Sometimes you don't think, maybe he's faced this from the white side as well.
Yeah, certainly it is a good strategy if you're preparing a very specific opening just to curate all your opponent's games in that very narrow line. For example, the e4 line, you can expect that maybe Jan only has half a dozen games throughout his career in the e4 variation of the reverse Sicilian. It's easily possible. Like myself, I probably have like 5, 6 games there. So you could easily go through that information, and it might be helpful to. It certainly would have alerted their team to the possibility of bishop c5. Like once you get it on your radar, you're just like, oh, I should check this because suddenly I'm curious about it. If you don't check it, it's just because you got distracted by other more pressing issues, like let's say the bishop a5 variation, the bishop b4 variation, and so on, and then you forgot to broaden your search in terms of what to analyze.
And well, very important details there on opening preparation and a position that we have. Once again, a fresh position out of the opening in this World Championship match. We haven't seen this line being played. And Ding makes his decision to the square for the bishop, and he decides to put it in front of the king. Bishop e2. At least visually, it looks a little less aggressive, but the idea of placing the bishop on the long diagonal can also happen eventually from that f3 square. And Yan once again showing that he knows what he's doing, comes back to the board, and just in a couple of seconds makes a direct move, attacks that center with the move d6, also opening up that bishop on c8. And now it's a big question to Ding. What does he want to do with his central pawn? The e5 pawn, if you trade it on d6, it allows black to recapture with a tempo. That might not be the option that is most appealing here, but if you don't, is it time to simply shot castle and say, if you take my e5 pawn, I'll be the one coming in with my rook to the tempo, hitting that queen on the open d file?
I think there's a critical distinction between the bishop being on d3 and e2. Fabi had mentioned how bishop g5 in another variation we meant by a pin of the e-pawn. Let's just put this on the board with queen e8, but that no longer pins the pawn. So maybe that does give a white a little bit more flexibility. For example, just off the top of mind, you can make this move rook to d1. There's no issue down the E line. Black can certainly not take on E5 with either piece because this rook will slam on the back rank. If you take with the pawn, rook D8 happens, I win your queen. And if you, instead of taking with the pawn there, took with the queen, just to show this end of variation, that ends in checkmate, even worse. So Ding quickly decided to defend the pawn rather than play bishop g5, and maybe this is a part of his overall plan, just to play a little bit more quickly, speed up, and well, Fabi had mentioned this a long time ago. You're choosing between two good options, a bishop g5 and bishop f4. He decides to sit on f4 and defend the pawn.
I'm really interested in a variation. I think that Jan will play his move quickly, so we'll see what he wants, but the move I'm looking at is queen to e7. And the idea is, if you castle short, I want to take on e5, bishop takes e5, f6, and then you are forced to sacrifice a piece. I think you can play bishop c7, queen e2, and some rook to e1, but I think in either case, there's bishop takes f2. Like rook fe1, I think it's actually important. Like rook e1 might have other issues, but bishop takes f2 especially, like, just equalizes at least on the spot. And especially with rook ft1, because if not for bishop f2, like if black doesn't have that resource at all, for example, some queen c4, I think bishop d6 suddenly becomes very, very potentially dangerous. At least to the naked eye, it might still be completely fine for black, of course, but that safety net of bishop takes f2, it completely solves the issue for black. So queen e7 is the move that really comes to mind here. I wonder what Ding would play. Rook d1 looks like a very critical option.
Bobby, I just wanted to show everybody what was happening here in the event of rook a to e1, because it's such a beautiful tactical eye that you have. That bishop takes f2 check. The big problem is that if the rook takes on f2, that would be good, except your rook on e1 would then be loose. The queen is not in contact. Thank you very much. Black wins the game after stealing material. And if you have to take with the queen, Fabi's whole point is that in the event of a queen trade, black is just in time to play the move king f7, bishop e6, the rooks get connected. There are no more issues for black. So beautiful variation. Fabi, I just want to show everybody what was going on in that big brain of yours.
And here black would even be a tiny bit better, although it's almost certainly a draw. But because of the doubled c-pawns, black can at least pretend that he's playing for a win, which is always a pleasant feeling. So after queen e7, I don't know, rook d1 is very critical, isn't it?
Okay, so the bishop's defended. Yeah.
I was just thinking, like, isn't h5 what we were kind of h5, h4 is what we were looking at, right? But after h5, white, of course, can take on d6.
But h5, h4 was the game. That actually was the exact game where Jan was white against Cardoso, right? This is what we were looking at.
But now white can take on d6, right? Or maybe the pawn sack is okay for black. h5, ed6, cd. Bishop takes d6. Otherwise, queen d6 looks like the best move. I guess take followed by bishop to e6. I'm thinking black is more or less. I don't know, king e7 first or bishop e6 first, but black is probably more or less within equalization here, despite the pawn deficit.
Would you like to have this position as black? Would you feel comfortable in your drawing chances?
I would feel pretty confident that I'm not going to lose this, because I'm quickly playing king e7, rook c8, b6, rook c5. Yeah, it's hard to imagine. Like, if the better question is, if you're white, do you think that you can win this against Jan Nepomniachtchi while he's prepared? And the answer to that is probably not on a normal day.
Oh, wow. Big decisions here, Robert, Fabi, that Jan needs to take currently while he is in his resting area. He is thinking about what to respond after Ding Liren's bishop f4. The lines that we were seeing, Jan might end up in an endgame down a pawn, but enough compensation given Ding's pawn structure. And we see there Jan lost in thought, clearly thinking. He has kept up the momentum, so it wasn't a big surprise for him, Ding c4, but the position could go either ways right now. It is a position that is full of action, and we will be back with Jan's decision on the other side of this break. World Quant is an official partner of the Chess.com broadcast of the FIDE World Championship. They are a global firm that builds complex mathematical models to identify market inefficiencies. Now, World Quant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the chess community to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists. Because, let's admit it, nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player. If you think you have what it takes, register for the International Quant Championship. You've got to head over to go.chess.com/IQC or use the command IQC in chat for more details. As we deep dive into the details of this fantastic opening that we've had in Game 10 of the match, we see Jan Nepomniachtchi has returned to the board and he is thinking how to take care of the current threat that is the pressure on the d6 pawn right now. Jan there having a think. Ding Liren was the one who decided to go for the English, but he's the one who slowed down in the opening phase. Currently about 15 minutes behind on the clock. Bishop f4 was Ding's last move. The idea is clear. He wants to put pressure on the d6 pawn, slide over that queenside rook from a1 all the way to d1, start attacking. And we have been looking at a potential endgame that could occur where, in fact, Nepo will be down upon, that his compensation will lie in the double pawns of the C line. And Fabi Robert, I want to just deep dive into that because there's a big chance of that actually happening. So just to evaluate that endgame, that if here, the line that you were looking at, with queen to e7, with the rook sliding on to d1, if we can just have that on the board, and after h5, everything potentially gets traded on. By the way, Jan has made the move queen e7, and now it's up to Ding whether he decides to go for it or not, but it's a big possibility. Trades on d6, queen d6 eventually. The queens will also be traded off. And this endgame that we have been discussing, and if Jan was to develop his bishop with the idea of the rook coming on, attacking the c4 pawn, how much poison is there really in the position? Now, looking at it, it looks like it should be fine for black, but white also has his trumps. You're up a pawn, the rook will slide back to the d4 square. You're not going to win the c4 pawn very soon. The king, which is still in the center, can step up to d2. The other rook can join the activity by sliding down to the b file. Fabi, what are the chances of this endgame posing actual questions to Jan?
Well, yeah, let's see concretely what white would do here. A move that comes to mind, as you said, is king to d2. King to e7, let's say. Rook to d4. Rook a to c8. Rook to b1. These moves kind of all come very naturally. b6. And maybe white can fix the h5 pawn with h4, because at least that pawn is fixed on a light square. But okay, black can play rook c5, black can play g6. The position is so super solid for black. I don't really see this being a serious advantage at all, or even a tiny one. I just don't see, like, even if you play rook to b5 here, and I play rook to c5, let's say I'm ready to trade on that square. And if you take, even in a bishop endgame, it would just be a complete draw. So, but specifically here, the rook is actually rather awkwardly placed. It can't, I mean, rook f4, rook b8, black is actually the one getting some activity first. And I don't think we'll have any problems. So, yeah, I'm not seeing the huge danger in this endgame. If I were Ding, I would be looking for other avenues. And I briefly considered queen e7 long castle, but I feel like it just loses for white, so I stopped considering it. D takes e5, bishop e5, f6 is certainly coming to mind. Bishop c7, queen e2.
Fabi, when you mentioned long castle, even the Evalbar lost the plot. It went up, it went down, it didn't know what to make of it. Definitely an interesting option. Go on.
Well, it would be great for white in this position if it weren't for the fact that white was getting mated, which is sometimes the case in chess. That your only issue is that you're in checkmate. But here it's a rather serious one. For example, rook to d8, king to f7, rook h8, bishop to a3, followed by checkmate on b2. I don't think this is going to happen. But yeah, I was just looking for some kind of creative options for white to mix it up, but long castle is too much. So rook d1 or short castle are the... But short castle, I just think, like, concretely just doesn't work out for white. Take and f6. Doesn't seem like there's much there for white to hope for. So rook d1 is the only move that's like very obvious to me. Maybe h4 comes to mind, but also a rather artificial move, so I wouldn't consider it too much.
And h4, I guess, is what's the point of h4? Because we were looking at some lines where after rook d1, black played h5, and then white played h4 to stop black from making progress over there. What would be your main thought about starting with h4?
Well, I guess I'm just worried about this rook d1 h5 idea, and I don't see other like very obvious moves for black besides the h5 idea, so I'm just trying to get ahead of my opponent. The thing is, after h4, h5, I don't really see what what I have besides rook d1, which is better than rook d1. So it kind of seems to lead to a very similar position. Rook d1, as we mentioned, is now met by bishop to g4, or first taking on e5 and then bishop g4. Although they're both playable, so I don't know which is better. But this is very decent for black. Like here, I don't think white has any serious chances for an advantage. Like white can try f3 here, but it's more likely just to lead to a bad position. f3 rook to e8, I guess. Fg4, queen e5. Actually, it's probably just leading to an equal position, not a bad position. Take, take, rook d8. Black is lucky to have rook to e8. Take, take. Actually, white wins a pawn again. G takes h5, but with the obstacle bishops, along with the rather damaged structure on the king side, I think that a draw is, like, let's say rook to h6 here, for example. A draw is a very likely result, because black has his own counterplay, rook a6 and so on. You know, white has maybe some g4, g5 someday, but the position is going to be very balanced. So rook d1, yeah, and is this direct transposition to the Jan game against Cardoso?
Yeah, it was in that game. Just to make sure I have my mind on, my brain working correctly, it's still only 5:48 in the morning. It was actually, yeah, h5, h4.
Okay, I see an idea. I see one.
Go for it.
h5, bishop g5. Let's do this. You can't take on e5. You mentioned similar stuff in a slightly different position. And if the queen goes back to e8, I castle short now. You don't have h4. You don't have queen e5. You don't have d5. I'm happy about this development. I think that this is a minor success for white, starting to look like a bit of pressure for white. So maybe after bishop g5, f6 is a critical move. Is that possible?
That is a brave decision. I mean, it looks really ugly, but your point, I guess, is after pawn takes. First of all, there's no bishop h6 check. That's why the pawn is no longer on h7. It's on h5. The rook covers the square. This bishop can come out to g4.
So what is this?
Man, Fabiano Caruana.
Bishop to e3? It's a very positionally unclear situation, because you take on e3. I don't take with the queen, of course, with white. I take with the pawn.
What
And
if I try to trade those queens?
I don't want to trade queens. Can I play queen to h4?
So you're going to give up pawns with check because you are still a brave man.
Computer's not approving. But queen c3, I thought king f2, and then if I can get rook f1, king g1, castle by hand, at least my king is getting to safety. Your king is long-term a little bit on the weaker side. I don't see this as being obviously bad for white. It might be bad for white, but not immediately evident why.
Agreed. But that's when these positions get very tempting. But unfortunately, Jan has likely studied these types of positions, whereas Ding is clearly on his own. So you're kind of lured into it. And black isn't much better. We see the evaluation bar. It's only one extra pawn, but black has the worst king. But I think Jan, he has to have looked deeply into these positions. Otherwise, it's so risky.
I mean, unless you have looked deeply in this position, the chances of making a move like f6 after bishop g5 is just so difficult. But the good news is that even if you haven't looked at it so deeply, is there another move for black here? You pointed out that e5 cannot be taken. After queen e7, the last thing you want to do is, yes, let's just point that line out one more time, Robert. Queen e5, you trade, and rook d8 would be game over. That's a checkmate. That is not going to happen. So even if you don't like the move f6 after bishop comes on g5 and hits that queen on e7, it's hard to come up with an alternative. You don't want to fall back to e8 because that's just a waste of time. But I have to say, that f6, I would love to see that happen on the board simply because that pawn structure, it just looks like long term, that is where both sides can create chances. And if it's an objectively equal position, that's exactly what Ding wants out of this game, right? Just some practical chances. If he's going to evaluate the ensuing endgame after the trades in the current live board as we see on d6 as one that Yan will have no trouble out of, as an endgame where, yes, he's up a pawn, but Yan has enough chances and enough counterplay on the c file to hold his own. That is not what Ding wants and wants to aim for with the white pieces in this game 10, which just makes me feel that bishop g5 is the option that Ding might be tempted to play, especially if he feels that f6 is the only move, Robert.
Yeah, no, I think the lines that we were just looking at, where even though the computer says black is slightly better, it's very enterprising stuff and it's just very unclear. I think that's the good thing when you're visualizing this position from Ding Liren's perspective. But the bad news is he probably feels like he's within Jan Nepomniachtchi's preparation, and that's where it starts to feel uncomfortable because in a blitz game, he'd play bishop g5, allow f6. He'd probably win the game most of the time just because to show this position once more how just disastrous it looks in front of this black king. Like, that king is not going anywhere. It's wide open. And we've been looking at bishop to e3 as the way to stop any pressure down the e-file. And in the event of these trades, queen e5 is a saving grace. It's also a pretty natural move to consider once you've gotten to this point because you're offering a queen trade, threatening this pawn over here, still putting pressure on the e3 pawn. But as Fabiano said, I mean, if the queens can stay on, then the black king will look worse off than the white king. And even in the event of a queen trade, also, I mean, this is one of the ugliest pawn structures I think we'll ever see. So I just want to, I don't know, where do I move my rook? I can't go to d5, I'll lose c3 with check. So let's go here and just get to this position. Like h5 is loose. And actually, the engine says white is slightly better. So it's the worst pawn structure I think we could ever possibly imagine. But I was going to point out that black's pawn structure isn't exactly healthy either.
Yeah, and also, ugly pawns which can't be attacked are not that bad. And the rook on d4 is really, like, the nice thing about this pawn structure is that it creates a lot of open lines. It's like, I want to, find the beauty in everything. So finding the beauty in this pawn structure, it's creating a lot of open lines for the rook, the h-file, the d-file, the f-file. The rook on d4 has a lot of potential little outposts to move to, f4, potentially d4. It's a very nice rook. But still, I feel like, let's say bishop to e6 here. And, okay, you can take that pawn, but still, black is super solid and white can't create a passed pawn. Yeah, and king to, can I go to e7 or is that allowing rook to, probably not rook e4? Probably not a big deal, so yeah, white, you'd prefer white a little bit, for sure, but you can't create a passed pawn, so you would still assume that objectively it's rather close to equality. But maybe black had something better after rook to d4, besides giving up the pawn with queen takes g3. Like, I can start with bishop to e6 here, and if you castle, then I'll take on g3.
Right. I was hoping to keep the queens on the board somehow and go for an attack.
Yeah, but rook f4 is dropping the pawn potentially. I don't know if you are super happy to take that pawn on c3, but it's definitely a consideration.
Of course, the engine says ever so slightly better for black.
But it's a complex position because white is going to play rook to f1 followed by king to g1 and just attack that f6 pawn. And yeah, black has to deal with some king safety issues. And I saw the chat someone on the featured chat took exception to my castling by hand mention, because how else do you castle? I guess that's true. But I guess that's sort of a saying when you've lost your castling rights and you try to fix it by playing rook to f1 followed by king to g1. So what should we call it besides castling by hand?
I like castling by hand. I think the normal one would be castling with pieces, and this one, because you're sort of not doing it automatically, Abby, I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm with team castling by hand.
Okay, but how do you castle if not with pieces?
Oh, that's another existential question.
How about the delayed castle?
That makes sense.
How about the step-by-step?
Step-by-step sounds like a dance as well.
Well, manual castling is that's what it's called.
Yeah, manual castling, I love it.
Isn't manual castling the same as castling by hand? Like, isn't that what it is?
Yeah, that's what I
Power
would
by
think.
pieces.
Oh,
Great question.
look at this username. Is that say Fabiable?
Is that like if I start my own
Okay.
Chessable adjacent company?
That one's a winner. It says the Bonk Cloud Castle because you place the king on f2 and then you bring it back. I like that one. I like the sound of a Bonk Cloud Castle.
Yeah, but it's not the Bonk Cloud because the Bonk Cloud's bringing the king up to e2. So I feel like that's not to hate on chat. Sorry, I'm sorry. Well, I'm not really sorry, but I'm fake sorry. But yeah, we'll come up with a good term. Somebody, I'm sure, will be creative there.
Wow.
Oh, I like
All
that
right.
one.
What is it?
It said castling the scenic route.
Well, whatever you want to call it, Ding's taken a decision. He goes by, well, the automatic castling or castle by pieces or the quick castle, however you want to call it. It is on the board. He decides to not play the options that we were discussing. It is a critical moment in this position, and Ding finally makes his decision. He has taken a lot of time. He's down by almost 25 minutes on the clock, 23 minutes on the clock. Is it something that he needs to start thinking about and start taking the preceding decisions faster now, Robert?
Well, why didn't we consider this move? That's what I'm trying to figure out right now. Like we were talking about castling in a different position. Then after h5, we kind of lost the thread a little bit here. But castling makes perfect sense because Fabi talked us through variations before where black tries to take on e5 and play f6. These no longer work with the rook already stationed on d1. When it worked is when the rook was back over here. So I feel like castling is just a very natural and good move. And Jan still has a lot to prove here because white will maintain the pressure in the center of the board. I love Ding's move. I think that this won't be that easy for Jan to get out of, and his preparation will have to keep on going. He'll have to show it to us because the king's on f8, all of white's pieces on very natural squares thus far. There's pressure on d6 that can be captured at some moment. I don't know about this. I mean, what is Jan going to play? Is it really h4? Because the queen can slide over to d3, and once again, the e5 pawn cannot be captured because of back rank problems.
Yeah, I think we only didn't consider the move because it just allows h4, and it feels like you want to cut into black's plans. But once you see the move and you see h4, queen to d3, and you don't want to take on e5, h3 is of course always an option, but I don't see why white can't simply respond with g3. And then the bishop goes to f3. It covers that diagonal. Then the rook comes to e1. Like in an ideal world, you can see how black is certainly under a lot of pressure here. Black has to come up with something rather quickly. But I think h4 must be the move. And the question is, after queen d3, what is the follow-up?
I hope that was rhetorical because I don't have the answer.
Well, I'm not 100% sure
h3,
myself.
Right? If you've gone h5, you've gone h4, you got to get that h3 in, and then play first, think later strategy.
Is that how we play world championships? Play first, think later.
That's how we do the analysis in these positions. And also h3 just looks like such a direct option here, and I think we just have to deep dive a little bit into it. What happens after h3, and how is white responding to that, Fabi?
Yeah, so it is possible, of course, to play g3, but I'm wondering, what if we ignore that threat? What if I play bishop to f3 here? hg2, rook ft1. I don't care about your kingside stuff, because with the bishop on g3, for example, queen h4 is met by bishop to g3, I think. I cover all of the possible threats on the kingside, and the more relevant detail in the position is that d6 is following and black's king is still in the center, as you've highlighted. And black is in serious trouble here. He's probably on the verge of losing. So that's why I don't know if h3 is a good idea, because maybe it's not really creating a very salient threat. Maybe we need to develop bishop to e6. And again, we're kind of tempting white into endgame, which we're happy to go for because the endgame is our refuge. The king on f8 is no longer a weakness. It becomes a strength on the e7 square. So again, I would be thinking bishop to f3 here, for example, is a crucial move to consider. And yeah, it's pressure. It's not it's not like black has equalized just yet. He may equalize, but not. He still has to prove it in this position.
Bobby, I have a question for you, because if black doesn't act quickly and just leaves the king in the center with the queens on the board, this looks quite tough for black to defend. So that led me to think that in this position, if they're h4, queen d3, can black sort of, I know it's risky, but do you have to take on d6 here, or can you just slide the bishop back and go for the long term against this king?
You don't have to take on d6. I was a bit concerned that this might be much worse version of the endgame, just because g5 is such a weakness and it allows white ideas like f4, potentially. After you take everything, for example, bishop to e6, maybe f4 is suddenly an option. And black is not only down a pawn, but has some weaknesses to worry about on the king side. So it's not just about the queen side weaknesses anymore. And that's why I don't feel like g5, like, it definitely comes to mind. It's a playable move for sure, but the other question is maybe white could take on d6 and then not capture the second time. Maybe drop the bishop back after that. Like, I'm wondering, even bishop to e3 comes to mind here. Bishop takes e3, f takes e3. I really want to open that f file. I don't care about the structure. I want to play bishop f3. I want to play bishop d5. I see the Eval is not saying black is in like trouble here or anything, but I'm so tempted by this with white. Even looking at it, still it looks very tempting.
Yeah, because the black king remains in harm's way. The white king safely tucked away and castled. So for all of you watching and trying to think, how do I play this type of position? I was trying to lash out and force the endgame, thinking that, okay, if we got there, that would give black the best chances. I do not like the look of the uncastled king. And that's why Fabi's taking advantage of it, saying, I actually also don't like the look of the uncastled king. So to your point, Fabi, just to show that one more time, that trading queens still looks pleasant for white because of the inclusion of this pawn on g5. You would like, your best move would be to push this pawn back and play bishop to e6. But with the pawn sticking out like a sore thumb, f4 is played. You're breaking open lines. And just to further the point, that now h4 is a target, and you'd like to start pushing your pawns backward. You can't do that in chess, and that means that they are going to fall under attack.
Yeah, and black can play h3. Well, first he'll have to deal with the threat of rook takes e6, so king e7, rook d4, h3. But white can play g3, and the thing about this, the structure and the bishops that we have on the board, the light square bishops, is h3 is a long-term weakness. If all the rooks were swept from the board, that pawn would be unlikely to survive in the long run. Yeah, we can imagine, well, especially, yeah, if black plays some b6 here, take king f2, I think white just wins this position. King goes to d4. Eventually, it might just come to f4 maybe, and or g4 king g3 immediately might be the fastest way. And yeah, it's not about the queen side extra pawn, it's about the weak h3 pawn. So g5 would be a rather risky choice for Jan. He's thinking, I don't feel like he's in prep anymore, otherwise he would be moving more quickly than he is.
Well, plus he needs to decide to push that h pawn to h4, hitting the queen, which seems a lot natural. And whether it's h3 or g5 or another move, one thing's for sure, this is already a very exciting middle game, more than what we could have asked for right out of the opening in game 10 right now. Shot castle, I like that approach by Ding simply because it doesn't go into an end game immediately. We might still see trades on d6, but Ding here trying to create as many possibilities as possible to get a full game in hand. And that's exactly what the match situation requires from him. Jan Nepomniachtchi comes back from the restroom and doesn't make a move instantly. But yeah, still expecting h4. Bobby, I'm still struggling to see why you didn't like h3 as much as you mentioned that it's not a move that you're expecting Jan to make. It just feels like it could potentially be his idea. And if not h4, h3, if not the g5 move that we're looking at, is there a way for black to find harmony? Bishop e6, try and just develop as quickly. Is that slower approach more what you're expecting from Jan right now in this position after h4, hitting that queen, just simply developing with the bishop?
Well, this is just a pure calculation position, so I think that he will, if he's not in his preparation, he will have to sit down and just calculate his way to equality. And the reason I don't think this h4, h3 is so tempting is because after bishop f3, it felt like it wasn't such an easy position for black, although there may be resources for him there. I was briefly thinking about bishop g4 here, similar to ideas we saw, but I don't think it works out very well, because I think white can take, followed by rook to e1 or something, and it looks like a very dangerous position for black. So h4 is definitely coming to mind. I mean, you could start with like bishop to f5 to stop queen d3 ideas, but Actually, bishop f5 is an option, but then the question is that after black plays h4 next move, then queen to f3 will attack the b7 pawn. So for example, bishop to f5, I'm thinking rook f to e1 is an option. And then if h4, queen to f3.
Yeah, that looks very good.
And yeah, b7 becomes a tender point. For example, take on e5. I think probably white can take on b7. And rook to e8. It's still complex, but you know, maybe white moves a bishop somewhere. I don't know exactly where, maybe to f1. And yeah, complex position, because if black keeps this e5 stronghold, like let's say f6, then you know, there's no clear way for white to make inroads into the structure. So rather, actually, maybe bishop to f1 was the wrong move. Maybe there was something super sharp. Like, I'm not quite seeing it. I was trying some kind of bishop g4 stuff, but I don't think it works. Bishop g4, rook e5, bishop e6, unfortunately. So obviously these tactics are definitely sometimes available, but not specifically here.
Could it just be bishop f3, just being a more active square?
And then if e4, then you can take on c7. Is it that simple? Or is there even...
Rook d5 is also coming to mind, but it's very complicated position, clearly.
Yeah, rook d5, bishop to e6, and then rook takes e4?
That was my idea.
Bishop d5, queen d5, and it all falls apart for black. Yeah, this seems to work out, the whole variation. So yeah, that's why bishop to f5 immediately is not looking super good. Okay, let's try this h4. I feel like it's, you know, sometimes the natural move is just the best one, right? h4, queen d3, and here I think a further examination of bishop e6 is necessary, because that feels like a very natural looking move to me.
But can we just do what you've been kind of advocating for, like bishop f3, rook e1, just play calm moves where the black king stays in the center?
Yeah, bishop to f3 for sure looks like a good move. And the question is black ready to take on e5 now? Because there's no queen d8 check anymore, so white will just take back. There's no...
Can I take on b7 first?
Oh, because rook b8, bishop takes e5, and I can't take back, and because there's queen d8.
Apparently I blundered terribly, but the whole point...
Oh, because there's f6 here.
Oh, but I'll just show that after rook takes b7, I was trying to get tricky with a back rank check. You have to take, and at the end of it, when your king moves up to e7, you lose the rook. But Fabi saw one move deeper than I did and said f6.
Well, I think it's two moves. f6, bishop f4, g5, right?
Oh, and the king gets the g7.
I think so.
And it says it went from great for black to somehow back to equal, which means the black king is so exposed that it gives white chances. Maybe
white is going to sacrifice a piece somehow. I don't know exactly how, but some move to sack a piece in this position.
Yeah, I just want to show everybody why this suddenly, is back to good for black. Is that in this check, thankfully the pawn is on g5, so the king gets the g7. I mean, whirlwind tactics, but the king gets to protect this rook. When that pawn was on g7, you win the rook in the corner. With it up on g5, it came there with the tempo. The king goes to g7 to defend the rook, and black would be up a piece in winning this game. This is crazy stuff.
Maybe bishop to d5 after g5 is saving the day for white?
You're saying it's back here? Okay. Right here, g5, bishop d5.
Because if you take on f4, then rook f to e1, and queen d6, and then there's queen f5, and...
Yikes.
Yeah, and then queen b6, rook e6. It's a very long line, but eventually it works out for white.
That black king, always in harm's way, because it did not castle. This is scary. I mean, we keep looking at these variations, and black may have a couple of only moves just to stay in the game because the black king is on f8. So in this position, I mean, this is why Jan is thinking so much. He knew the plan with h5, but I guess my big question is this where his preparation kind of stopped? He knew the framework, but now that we're in the position, he's like, this doesn't actually look so good for black.
Yeah, I think that this...
h4, by the way. It's on the board.
Yeah, h4 played. And I think that this is the difficulty, because you can only prepare so much, and then it leads, it's subjectively equal, but it's still very often, because chess is so complex, difficult to find the way. Even if you know the evaluation, very often it's a struggle to find the correct path. So queen to d3, what we expect here. Queen to f3 is playable, because d takes e5 is met by bishop takes e5, but it makes less sense than queen to d3 to my eye. Although queen f3 definitely deserves some consideration.
Ding is behind 10 minutes on the clock, and we've often seen this to be a sort of an internal battle for Ding, right? How much time to spend, especially with the kind of games that he's had in this particular World Championship. In Game 7, he played the most accurate chess, took care of the most difficult situation, but did not have enough time, and eventually had a collapse with just seconds left on the clock. That backfired. In Game 8, we saw him try to recover from that, play just a little too quickly, missed a very opportune moment where he had to calculate through, just take his time, wrap the game up at that spot. But he played that move super fast, and that backfired. So it's always this very thin line that how long is too long. He's behind on the clock by about 11 minutes, and he has to decide between two squares on the board how much time would be too much time at this moment for Ding, Robert.
Well, it's a good question. I think part of it is psychological more than it is specific to this game, where he was worried in Game 8 about getting into too much time trouble, and that's why he rushed some decisions. Not that the variation was easy, that has been discussed a lot. He did just make the move Queen D3, so he is playing confident chess right now. But back in Game 8, when he did have a winning position, if he picked up the rook, that was well within his sights. I mean, he is such a strong player, an amazing calculator, but he played his move in just about 3-4 minutes, and he didn't take the time that it would have required to go all the way to the end of the line, which he fully was capable of. But here in this position, right now, loving his chances with the white pieces. We have a very safe king tucked away on g1. You have a king on f8 that is not happy to be there. It was forced to that square based on Jan's opening, but he may be regretting it to some extent, and he's chilling in the rest area. He's just going to be staring at the board from over there, but I just don't think he's very happy. Like, chill is not what he is internally.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, Ding is fighting the demons of the past games, his situation with the clock, as well as, of course, the position on the board and his opponent. We did run a poll with asking who's Ding's opposition in this match, and our chat had to say 60% of it felt that it is the clock that has been determining these decisions and these critical moments. And of course, he's the opponent that he's playing an absolute beast as well. But Ding equally fighting the clock, his own psychological demons, as well as the position on the board. So really nice insight there. And we see once again, the players are in the rest area. You got the empty chairs in front of us. And there is always this big conversation about whether we should have live boards in the rest area or not. Because very often, as fans, as commentators, as spectators, as lovers of the game, we're just sort of left with this highly sort of this tensed environment, but nothing's happening because you've got the chairs and the players are thinking about the position, but they're back in their resting area. What's your take on this, Robert, Fabi? Either of you could take this. That should there be the live board where the players have the opportunity to actually think over, calculate, go through the variation in their rest area?
Well, I think there's an easy solution to this. If you give them only one shared rest area and make it very small, they're not going to want to hang out there anymore. And they'll probably be at the board more so. But yeah, if you give them this nice, comfy, sofa, like, who wouldn't want to be there?
Well, I guess it begs the question, when you're playing such an intense game, Fabio, I know you played the World Chess Championship back in 2018. When you're playing in that intense environment, is it good for you as a player to go towards the rest area? I know you've said in the past that sometimes you get a little bit too relaxed, you get complacent if you're not at the physical board. But do you enjoy stepping away from the board after you've made your move?
I do usually spend a lot of time away from my board in most tournaments, but that's because I like to look at the other games that are going on. And in this sort of event, there's really nothing else to look at. So I think I spend most of my time at the board, and I think it's usually the best thing. Just to have your concentration at its fullest. You don't want to be away from the board too much, but every player has their own preferences. Like at the candidates, I remember Jan quite often in the rest area, and he would have that lounged back, relaxed posture. He would be looking at the screens there, so he would still be looking at the position, but in a rather relaxed way. And maybe it works for some players, maybe it doesn't work for others. I think this is a very individual thing, so I can't really speak to it on a general level.
Yeah, that seems very fair, Fabian. Well, speaking of things that you can't generalize and is very individualistic, Jan is a very quick player, and he's been playing very speedy chess throughout the match. Right now, he has really slowed down. I mean, it was clear that the opening was within his wheelhouse. He just pushed his pawn to h4. Ding immediately played queen d3. Is this at all reminiscent of game 8 when it felt like Jan, he knew the opening stage, he was able to stabilize, but then Ding started putting pressure on him, Jan slowed down and made an error? I feel like this is a position where Black could go wrong at any moment now.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And the nice thing about this one compared to some other games during the match which were very double-edged, the nice thing from Ding's point of view, that is that this is absolutely risk-free for White. White can at any moment take on d6 and just simplify to an endgame. So that's a nice safety net to have in your mind. For example, the game 8 was very double-edged. Both sides were playing on a knife's edge, taking very serious risks. Obviously, from an objective point of view, it was only Jan who ever had a bad position. But from a practical point of view, it was a very double-edged opening for White too, because you're left with this very damaged pawn structure, and it can easily go out of control, and you can get a worse position. Here, White can never really get worse, at least for the moment. Maybe later on in the game, but with the option to take on d6 any moment, and we see Ding is at the board as well. Both players fully concentrated at this point. I actually wanted to show a funny line after queen to f3 instead of queen d3, because we saw Ding hesitate for a moment there. And it's no longer relevant towards the game, but it's still, I'm curious if it's the correct variation.
Okay, we'll bring up an analysis board to look at that move. So you're saying instead of a turn to go after h4, queen's under attack, only 2 realistic squares. If queen f3, which you had been calling for before, what did you think Black was responding with?
I think, okay, I was just looking at the most concrete. Take on e5. Bishop e5, queen e5. Looks like you're losing material. But after rook d8, king e7, rook h8, I have this move bishop to g4. And I think probably queen g4. Because I don't think the 2 rooks are as strong as the queen. So I think White should... And the king on e7 seems safe to me. I don't see how it's getting attacked. And Black can slowly play g6, king f6 maybe if you're feeling frisky, and then put the king on g7. And I don't think Black has any worse. So I just wanted to show this funny line, because bishop g4 is a typical sort of tactic for sometimes how to regain a rook which is lost. Very often in the endgame, it's played with the check against the king. In the middle game with the attack against the queen, and so on.
I'm doing an instant replay. That was sick stuff there. Giving up in exchange. Right now, Black has a bishop for a rook, but bishop g4 spied by Fabi and undoubtedly seen by Ding Liren, because queen f3 was a tempting option. And as you were pointing out, if you take this rook in the corner, bishop f3, you see the evaluation going in Black's favor. The reason why is Black's king is actually quite safe in the center, and there's going to be some bishop d6 stuff. The c3 pawn is under attack. White's pawn structure much worse. It's a queen and 1 pawn for 2 rooks. It's probably going to become a queen and 2 pawns for the couple of rooks, and Black's king is in no danger whatsoever. So really instructive variation there by Fabi, giving away 1 rook just to win it back, and then with the opposite colored bishops, Black would really not be in danger at all. So we did see queen d3, and Jan in that think tank, he really wants to figure this out. As you said, there's that bailout option at any moment for White to take on d6. That's the good news for Ding Liren. But his moves also are quite simple. Bishop f3, rook e1. Black's moves, on the other hand, very hard to make. And the more that Jan starts to think, the more that I like Ding Liren's chances, Fabi. I would not envy the task of playing with the black pieces here.
Me neither. I don't think that it's easy for Black. I'm thinking about the move g6 at this point.
G6.
I just want to get my king into some sort of safety.
Okay.
And yeah, bishop f5 also becomes an option, but now I feel like I have the possibility of d takes e5, and then of queen d8, king g7. This is what I'm mainly going for. He plays g5 instead. Okay, the most forcing option, as you mentioned before. So now the question is...
You scared me out of it, Fabi, but what's the big question?
Does White take on d6? Does White go for the endgame, or does White try to play with the queens on in the middle game? All sorts of options. I mean, I think he'll take on d6 here, because even if you want to retreat your bishop, you might as well take on d6 first. I think cd6 is kind of pretty much forced. And now the question is, does white play bishop d6? Does white play bishop c1? Does white play bishop e3? All sorts of moves come to mind. I think you mentioned bishop c1 as an option, which is definitely very logical.
Yeah, I mentioned, well, g5, I was playing just to force you to exchange on d6 because we kept talking about the endgame. But now that we've looked at it, that still looks very promising for white. But if we play our bishop back to c1, how exactly is black going to respond here? This king still is weak on f8.
Yeah, let's try king to g7. Definitely coming to mind as a logical move.
You know what my move is going to be? I can't do it. I was trying to play f4, and then I just remembered that my pawn's pinned.
So if your opponent plays f4 in a world championship, do you just take their king, or do you say it's an illegal move? Or do you just take the king and leave the plane while you're like, okay, I won. I have your king.
I think that's how it should be. If someone blunders their king, you should be able to take it. But now, do I push my king to the corner? I don't really like that with h3 on tap. But how does white actually play this position?
It's not a very obvious one. It's bishop to f3 is very logical, for sure. And put a bishop on d5. That can't be a bad piece. Can only be a good piece. But black is not under attack immediately. And that bishop on c5 is a really beautiful, like queen f6 here, really beautiful both defender and aggressive attacker of the dark squares.
Right, you're stopping rook e1 in many positions because, as you're saying, the bishop is threatening f2. g4 would happen, and that's a big problem for white. So g5 hits the first bishop. It can hit the second one. I think Ding was correct to take on d6, and Fabi, a really big choice between bishop e3, keeping the queens on the board, or bishop takes d6. Getting into a queen trade where white is the only side with winning chances. So while Ding Liren ponders this all-important decision, we are going to take a quick break. But when we return, it's Ding Liren's choice. Will we see a queenless position, or will we see the attack rage on? That's the big question. We'll find out in just a few minutes. Introducing WorldQuant, the partner of the Champions Chess Tour and Chess.com. WorldQuant is a global firm in the field of quantitative asset management. If you don't know what that is, it's the job of building complex mathematical models that seek to identify market inefficiency. For 2023, WorldQuant Brain is bringing together its International Quant Championship and the award-winning Champions Chess Tour to hunt down the next generation of quant finance specialists.
It sounds very exciting. You put your skills in practice in a case competition where you get a real challenge. And I signed up.
WorldQuant is seeking new talent and new energy, and it's looking at the world of chess to help. Because nobody knows how to analyze a position better than a chess player, right? No quant experience? No problem. So, do you think you have what it takes to compete in the International Quant Championship? Sign up and be the next quant champion.
What is a chess dynasty? Unceasing dominance, move after move, again and again and again.
We have a resignation, we have history.
He is the 5-time FIDE World Chess Champion.
But a chess dynasty can also be cruel. It forces most to defer their dreams until next time. If there is a next time.
That's losing.
Oh my God, did he just blow?
Yeah, he did.
I'm blown away. The game is over.
As the chess world turns to Kazakhstan, the Magnus Carlsen dynasty is set to close. The FIDE World Championship is finally up for grabs. For two chess superstars lying in wait, until next time is now. Jan Nepomniachtchi has methodically done what he needed to do to get another shot at the title. The pressure to seize the moment this time rests heavily upon him.
It's a draw.
The big missed opportunity, he feels it, and wow, I haven't seen Jan like that after a game, Robert.
I don't know if that's a good sign.
Ding Liren knows firsthand what the end of this dynasty means. An unexpected chance to make history. Can China's best turn his good fortune into eternal fame?
Ding Liren held his ground.
He has managed to strike back twice. He needs to do it one more time to level the score.
The legacy of this championship spans across centuries. It reads from the names of chess giants. For the first time in a decade, a new name will raise the trophy and be etched into chess history. It's the 2023 FIDE World Championship. Whose name will next be called champion?
It is anything but clear in terms of who will be the next world champion, but the man you see on your screen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, has the inside track, a 1-point lead heading into Game 10, but he is under pressure. Several moves have been played since the break. We do see the queens leave the board, and while Tanya Sachdev, she's experiencing technical difficulties, Fabi, in the words of the illustrious Bill Withers, it's just the two of us, you and I.
We can make it if we try, Robert.
Should we build castles in the sky? I mean, Jan didn't build the castle in this game. His king stayed in the center, and here it still remains.
Yeah, he didn't manage to castle, that's true. But Ding did, and he's actually probably in a rather pleasant endgame. So I was thinking about this a little bit. Black logically should play bishop to e6, I think. Black can also start with king to e7, but anyway, white will play rook to d4, and we do indeed see him play bishop to e6 first. And now f4 is the critical move. I think we can expect to see that move rather quickly played by Ding.
And Fabi, you said rather quickly. So I just, while we will dive into the chess, I'm just wondering if he plays these next couple moves quickly, how would you think he rates his winning chances in this game?
I still think it's one of those positions where you can only consider yourself like maybe 30% chance to win this endgame. It's not very high because the drawing margin is so large, but 30 isn't bad, and you have basically 0% chance to lose, so that's also a plus. The issue is that I think if he plays f4 here, and let's say take on f4 most likely, or king e7 first, but I think he'll probably transpose, rook d4, gf4, rook 1 takes f4, and I don't know if black plays h3 first, but black can also maybe try to jettison that pawn. Like, for example, rook 8 d8 comes to mind, something like that. I don't think that white is taking on h4, because then take, and rook to d2 comes out, and I'm not sure that this is leading anywhere good for white, because that a pawn will become very, very, will run down the board very quickly. So the question for black is, how do you get rid of that h pawn, or like force white to take it, and then get your rook active? Because after rook a d8, I think white simply plays king to f2, some move like that. And black didn't actually gain anything by this rook standoff in the center, because you don't want to take on d4. cd4 would correct white's the one weakness in white's position. Probably just be a very bad endgame for black.
The more you talk about this, Fabi, and with f4 on the docket, the more I really believe that Ding has better than 30% winning chances. I think this endgame is super tough. Well, I guess 30% is a lot. So to be fair to your assessment there. But I just feel like this endgame is super, super tough for black because these pawns are sticking out. It means that they are going to be weaknesses in the long term. We talk about overextension. What does that term really mean? Here it means that it's going to be difficult for black to keep those pawns defended, which we see very directly in the event of f4, the rook capturing back on f4, this rook coming to d4. The pawn h4 is just really under threat, and if you have to push it to h3, it's not going to be much safer there. We've talked about variations like that. Just to put one more on the board, that in this type of position with the rook coming here and h3, like even if you start with g4, this pawn on g4 is extra well defended. The white king comes up quickly. That pawn on h3, if that one's lost, the endgame is definitely going to be winning for white.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was hesitating to suggest h3. But maybe black should do this and then try to get rook c8, c5, and rook a5 very quickly. So I would think rook c8 here, and white's idea is definitely to play king f2, g3 as you mentioned, but black is getting in time with counterplay as well. So rook c5, I have king g3, rook a5, and then if rook d2, rook a3. And that's a really annoying rook. It's starting to attack pawns that are difficult to comfortably defend because you probably don't want to play rook to f3, although you can. Actually, maybe you do want to, because the rook goes to e3, and that's a rather good square as well. Otherwise, you probably have to play, let's say, rook to c2, which I'm not sure that you're super thrilled about, to put your rook from an open file into a completely passive, closed file. On the other hand, white does have ideas here. For example, to trade bishops would be a good idea for white, I think.
That's my
I'd say to get, yeah, some bishop to f3, d5 might be, or bishop f3 to d5, or bishop d3 to f5. I'm not sure which is more. I guess bishop f3, d5 is more logical. And black is under pressure. I mean, yeah, as you said, 30%, if that's indeed like a close to accurate number, is a very high chance of winning between two top players.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could speak this way better than most people in the world. If you have 30% chance, you have to make the most of it. I think that's what Jan Nepomniachtchi, if we go back to the live position, he was disappointed about in the previous game. His winning chances maybe weren't as high as 30%, but he felt like he had really good chances to press on, and it didn't happen. But we did just see f4 played by Ding Liren. I mean, he should be confident about his position. I see the eval bar is still hovering close enough towards the equality line, but I just feel like from a practical standpoint, Fabi, I would not want to play this from black. I just don't really see the proper defensive setup.
Yeah, I don't think that black has an easy solution here, which is what you want when you're defending. But the plus side for black is that he has oceans of time. And where these things would really tend to go wrong is when you're reached this kind of endgame, more typically later into the game when you're low on time. But having reached it with over an hour on his clock, if there is some sort of path to relative equality, then Jan has more than enough time to find it. I think we'll probably quickly see king d7 or gf4 followed by king e7.
Right.
Those king e7 first,
right?
These are the easy decisions. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because I don't think black wants to allow f5. Like rook d4, if you allow f5, then your bishop, which is so stable on e6. For example, if black were to play rook a to g8, white certainly, I don't think, wants to take on g5. I think white rather wants to play f5. And then the bishop has to go to a very, very unpleasant square. Yeah, rook d4 played quickly, very logical. G takes f4 played absolutely instantly, also logical. Now rook 1 takes f4 will be played quickly because the other rook doesn't attack the pawn if it captures on f4, so you probably take with that rook.
What's he thinking about?
He's probably thinking that rook df4 does have ideas of maybe bishop to f3, d5, and then you attack f7 quickly. I mean, there are some circumstances where you might as well spend a little bit of time to consider it if it's logical or not.
Do you think he's overcooking it? Like, this seems like rook takes f4. He just played it. He's not in time trouble, so that's the good news for him. But it felt like that would have been the move he would have played in bullet chess instantly.
Yeah, I think, well, he did take probably around 30 seconds, so it wasn't like a big time expenditure. So you might as well hesitate just to see. 30 seconds probably won't make a big difference, but if there are sometimes those moments where the most natural move isn't the best, and it can sometimes make a big difference. So H3 quick. I'm surprised by Jan's speediness, like so quick. But it's logical what he's doing. He seems very confident.
So do you think that he maybe didn't study in detail this endgame, but considering the opening he played, considering that he was giving up a pawn on d6, getting into a queenless position as such, do you think that maybe he actually has more experience with this endgame than we initially thought when he slowed down?
It's definitely possible he's seen something like this. It's not out of the question. It's not even out of the question that he's seen specifically his endgame, that he has analyzed it, and that he was just trying to recall exactly the details. The more likely thing, I think, is that he's just doing Jan things, which is playing quickly, because he kind of has a feeling that they're the right move and he doesn't want to overthink it. I was thinking about a funny line here after g4, which is actually probably relevant. Like rook a to g8 came to mind, and king to f2 is the most obvious move. I was thinking about this crazy f5. I mean, it probably doesn't work, but gf5, rook g2. Well, it obviously doesn't work now, seeing the computer, but king e3, rook takes h2. And my idea was if fe6, there's rook takes e2. Yeah, probably instead of fe6, bishop f3 is the winning move. But this was an idea, king e2, h2, and black will win a rook with that pawn.
And amazingly, that it's a draw, because it looks like white's up 2 pawns, but black has
rook
this
h2.
check to win this pawn on a2, and that not only takes a pawn away, but protects that last pawn on a7, and this is enough for a draw because the pawns are doubled here instead of split, which would be very helpful for a winning attempt. So g4 has been played, Fabi. I don't think we are going to see the adventurous f5 just because, well, let's just show it again, just because there was a win for white in there somewhere. So takes.
I think bishop to f3 after rook takes h2.
Oh, that's so nasty. Instead of just taking a free bishop, you can bring your bishop here.
Yeah, and you probably just start to get checkmated after like bishop c8, f6. And your king has nowhere good to run to. King f7, bishop d5, so on, you know. F-pawn pushes, you're getting attacked viciously, so yeah, he plays the most natural move, rook c8. We're probably just heading for that position that we saw, king f2, rook c5, king g3, rook a5, because it's hard to find deviations for either side. And now rook to d2 is kind of forced, because you need to hold on to it. The a pawn is much more important than the c pawn, because you don't want black to have an outside pass pawn which was just barreling down the board. Then black will start to get a better position. You really need to preserve your pawn in a2.
Yeah.
And rook to a3, rook c2, not beautiful, but yeah, if it holds the pawns together, it holds the pawns together.
And you came up with multiple ideas for white, right, to trade the bishops. I was actually thinking rook e4, rook e5, rook h5 at some moment to try to trade rooks and get an outside pass pawn. It looks gross for the pawn structure, but it might also be viable. But either way, king f2 is the start of this type of variation. And yeah, I mean, I feel like Ding Liren should be feeling good about his chances. And after game 9, Ding Liren was actually asked to rate his own chances to take the match on a scale of 1 to 10. So let's hear what he had to say.
But it has to be something to win the match or to win next game.
To win the match.
To win the match? 5.
Thank you.
You saw the face of Jan, right? I saw something from this side. Do we have more questions?
Bobby, we heard Ding Liren answer the question with a 5. First of all, are you surprised that he answered the question at all? Do you feel that the players, they should keep those answers to themselves?
Well, I like his mysterious answer because we don't know 5 out of what. So depending on what number he was thinking of, it could be super high confidence or general, like average confidence, like I'm still in this 5 out of 10, got a 50% shot at this. If it's 5 out of 5, I mean, that's tremendous confidence. But yeah, it was a funny moment from the press conference. I did like the answer of 5.
And from Jan, he gave a bit of a face. He probably was surprised because objectively, Jan is a pretty big favorite, right? He is up a point with only 5 games, including this one, to go. So Jan kind of, he made a little face there, been like, you sure you have a 5 out of 10? I'm not so certain myself.
Yeah, we saw that at the moment the odds are estimated at 77.7%, which we don't know exactly what the truth is, of course. You know, these things can change daily, and we've seen so many swings back and forth. If Ding converts his advantage that he has today, and he does have some sort of advantage, probably not a decisive one, but some sort of advantage, then he'll be back to a pure 50-50, and his 5, his confidence level of 5 will be fully justified. And yeah, you know, Jan is playing this also super confident. I mean, he's basically like since G5, he has not taken a single, not a single move has he thought for more than like 10 seconds, I think.
Yeah, and I wonder though.
Every move has been, you know, just bashed out instantly.
Well, as you've said, that could either be Jan being Jan, or Jan being in his preparation or within the framework of his preparation, because this endgame, this type of endgame, had to be foreseen by him and his team. That d6 pawn was available from an early stage, and now that we're here, you know, Ding Liren, very advantageous position, just up a pawn, no risk whatsoever. Advantageous in the sense that from a psychological point of view more so than an objective one, but how do you rate Jan as a defender? Because he has changed his style a lot over recent years, especially with the candidates. So how would you rate Jan's defensive tenacity?
Well, he has an interesting defensive style, which is actually to blitz. So he's not trying to... Some guys try to calculate their way out of danger. He's more, I wouldn't say the bluffing type. He doesn't like bluff, but he does try to put that pressure on his opponent using the time factor. And it's a little bit unusual. I don't know so many guys who defend in this manner, but it can be very effective. I mean, the question is here, is he blitzing because he knows the moves are good or because he feels the moves are acceptable? Like those are 2 options. If he knows the moves are good because he kind of just knows the position, then yeah, of course you should be blitzing. But I have to say, like, the moves that he came up with, they are probably the best move. You can kind of feel that this is maybe the direction that Black should be playing in, because there weren't other very logical options besides to get the rook to a5. And so with the last move that Ding played, a4, his idea is that he wants to meet rook a5 with bishop to d1. And then Black cannot play rook to a3, so White's rooks remain active. The downside of this is that the h3 pawn is going to be difficult to attack, because a bishop on d1 can no longer has the freedom to go to f3, d5, or to f1 attacking h3. It can only stay there defensively. And yeah.
I had a question for you, because after rook a5, bishop d1, it looks like bishop d7 goes right after that pawn. Could we see like an exchange sacrifice there where White takes all the pawns on the board?
Yeah, White could consider rook takes f7 there. Would Black ever want to play bishop d7? I really doubt it, because you also do invite rook f to e4, and then you probably just go back with your bishop, right? So
well, yeah, I guess that's true. But then you're happy to repeat moves, but the eval bar saying you're wasting time, Robert. Bad on you. But I guess what was thinking, is there this exchange sacrifice as well, where the engine seems to... Oh, darn. I thought it was there. It disagrees, but I was just trying to see if you could take all these pawns, but I guess the remaining pawns are so bad that can't be worth it.
Yeah, I mean, White would have, on paper, a huge material lead, right? Bishop and 3 pawns. Maybe it's not huge, but it's considered a material lead. But those pawns, fractured as they are, and rooks, especially when they have a lot of open files, they really do thrive. So Black would probably play king to f6, rook takes b7, and then try to get that other rook active. Maybe rook to d8 here would be very good, because the bishop... Where does it go? To b3? Do you really want that? You probably don't want that too much. And that rook is coming into a lot of nasty squares. For example, bishop b3, White can consider rook to e5, and then 2 rooks coming down. Rook d3, rook d2, all sorts of ideas on their cards. And not really looking like White is playing for a win here.
No, you'd need this bishop on d5. And then you'd feel much better about your position. But of course...
Then I'd feel like I might win this game with the bishop on d5.
That was my dream universe. So, Fabi, that's really out of the question. But rook a5, bishop d1. So if you can't pile up pressure on this a4 pawn, I guess that was my essential question. Is your rook really better off over there on a5? And the bishop on d1 is kind of a heroic piece. It defends a4 and defends g4 at the same time.
Yeah, it's definitely a good piece. And then the question is only, can black do anything and can white do anything? If black can't do anything, it's not going to be a fun defensive task, just by the nature of, nobody likes to sit around and wait for their opponent to find an idea. But if black can do something, let's say rook a5, bishop to d1, I'm considering this move rook to a6, kind of funny little move, but I really want to get that rook active, rook b6 and so on. On the other hand, it does feel rather artificial, and maybe c5 here is very unpleasant, so probably not something that is black's best bet. But definitely some ideas like this will be occurring to both players.
And one of the big questions I think that needs to be answered in this position is what trades are good for the player. So we see the current framework. White is up a pawn, double isolated pawns, and it looks like Jan does go rook a5. We'll see bishop d1 played quite quickly, because otherwise you're dropping your a4 pawn. And what would the point of a4 have been if not for bishop d1 to follow? But yeah, the big question is, what pieces would you trade if you are Ding Liren? What do you want to see off the board?
Oh, I would love to see the rooks off the board if I was Ding. Because then you pick up the h-pawn and you have a nice bishop endgame. And actually, I would like to see any trades with white. For example, if I could play king g3 here and take the rooks on f4 and a5 off the board, I'm absolutely thrilled with white, because then black is left with one passive rook and not one active rook. And white's rooks are not, like, they perform the same function. The rooks on d4 and f4, they're both kind of just defending the pawns on c4 and g4. They don't actually, like, one of them isn't needed so much. So rooks on f4 and a5 traded off. Bishops traded off, depending on the concrete circumstances, usually good for white. And as I say that, it starts to feel like all trades are good for white.
And what about pawns? So I think you made some really good points that black's rook is super active over here. Great piece. White's rook's doing the same task, defending along the fourth rank. They're on good, at least a semi-open line in the f-file, a fully open line in the d-file, but they're not threatening anything. So a rook trade, any rook trade would be good for white. Bishop trade, also good for white in most of these positions. So what about pawns? Which pawns, for example, f5 is available here. What kind of pawn trades would be good for each side?
The only pawn trade I can imagine happening is the g for f pawns. Of course, from, like, let's say in a vacuum, black trading the h pawn for anything is great for black, just because that h pawn is a weakness, and you would, well, I guess you wouldn't want to trade it for the c4 pawn, probably, but any other pawn besides that you probably are happy to trade it for. So, like, h pawn's off the board, black is definitely not worse, maybe even starting to get a bit better. And any queenside pawn trades are probably good for white. For example, if black were to start considering a6 and b5, it's not like the end of the world to trade these pawns off for black, but I don't really see why you would ever want to do it, and you'd probably end up being very sad. Let's say king, yeah. Generally speaking, this is probably not what black wants. I would say that, like, white can start with cb5 and then force black to trade on a4 to be super accurate, just to gain a bit of extra time.
That makes sense, because black's pawn's not going anywhere. Best move would be to take next, and as you said, you gain a little bit of time. Maybe king g3 or some kind of inclusion.
King g3 is
would be nice. But okay, so the
this
queenside
isn't so bad for
it's
black
not.
though, because you can attack the c3 pawn. But let's say in a vacuum, definitely should be a good trade for white. But just because c3 becomes such a big weakness, and generally pawn trades to kind of ease the defensive side's task. So this wouldn't be like a disaster.
Okay, so.
But g for f is interesting.
And I was going to ask you, g for f is one idea, but can I just, like, start throwing this pawn forward and you win it with your rook, but I get your h pawn? So could we see a g for h trade at some point?
Yeah, we could. So yeah, this would open up two possibilities. One is g5, rook g8, and then maybe rook to h4. And I don't know what this is, because black would much rather have, let's say after rook g5, rook h3, black would rather have the f5 pawn on f7. Just because it keeps the bishop on e6 more intact, doesn't allow any checks to the king. but this might not be a problem for black. I would be more worried about other moves after f5.
Okay.
For example, this simple g takes f5. I think bishop f5 is probably very bad because rook d5 here. Just kind of disastrous, I think, to allow the correction of the pawn structure.
Yep.
And if rook takes f5, now we saw that trade that we were saying is generally good for white, the trade of rooks. So take, take. Now you can't win the h3 pawn very easily, but your bishop has some freedom. You can play bishop to f3 and something like that.
And might Fabi get a favorable trade? b6 is there c5? Because if you take, I have rook d5 and hit your bishop and hit your pawn over here.
The question is rook f8 here.
Ah, you sneaky tactical wizard, you. I was trying to take this pawn, but Fabi is saying I'm going to play not bishop e4. That would be a mistake because of rook e5 check, but bishop g4. But I still have this check in rook e3.
Yeah, you do, but a lot of trades are happening. And rook e3, maybe like rook endgames are starting to... Although it doesn't look super simple to me. King d6, rook e3, and what's next?
Is this when the engine starts to get super misleading, where it's like, okay, of course it's a draw, and as humans we're like, this looks very difficult because this h3 pawn is a target, white's already up a pawn, things like that?
Yeah, it's not simple. I would think that, though, if you have like an hour on your clock, you probably draw this without serious issue. I would even think maybe black doesn't want to trade bishops, maybe bishop to e6. And then you try to get rook f4 and...
Ooh, go aggressive. I like it.
Yeah, just because the a and c pawns are rather vulnerable, especially the a pawn, it doesn't feel like white is going to have enough to win this.
I'm with you. I'm with you. So just to kind of hammer the point home, that f5 is a very, very big decision for Jan here. And once we went down the variations with the help of the eval bar, we see that the evaluation remains about level. But if you try to step in the shoes of Jan Nepomniachtchi here, and I know it's difficult to take back what we just saw, but try to erase that from your memory, please. f5, how difficult of a move is that to play?
Well, f5 is my sort of defensive style. I'm trying to find the most concrete option available. Because I'd rather not just sit and wait around. And, you know, passive defense, some people enjoy it more than others. But I would definitely be looking for the breakthrough as soon as possible. And yeah, Jan does not look concerned. I mean, look at his body language. I think he knows that the position is close to being level. Of course, it's clear that white is the one pressing, but he probably realizes that the defensive resources here are really vast. And he would have to really make a lot of mistakes to potentially lose this game. Yeah, f5. I like it. I like it.
Well, I actually have a specific question that we can analyze in a moment after f5, but I think just a more overarching question. You say that there are many positions that he can see, his overall assessment is that it's level, but do you also think that there are going to be many positions, some ghosts in his head? Because we know with certainty what the evaluation is. He knows that black should be within the range of a draw, but sometimes you see ghosts, like that position looks really uncomfortable, so I shouldn't go for it, even though the engine will say, no, that's a draw. Or sometimes we think, oh, this position looks pretty good because I'm active, but the engine refutes it pretty easily. So in this type of position, is it more likely that a player sees some ghosts?
I think low on time, certainly that's a huge issue. Seeing ghosts, being scared for your position, especially when you kind of know it's a draw. So you're like, there's this interesting psychological phenomenon, which is when you kind of feel like it's a draw and the draw is the deserved result because the game has always been under your control. Then you start to be worried about every little thing because you don't want to mess it up. But if, for example, you've been losing the whole game, and then suddenly you're starting to get chances to draw, and you realize that you might not know it's for sure a draw, but you're starting to get chances, then you don't see any ghosts because everything suddenly looks good. It's the perspective of I was losing versus I'm no longer losing, and I recognize that, versus I was never losing and I really don't want to be losing, so let's not allow any chances. Let's play, pristine, no counterplay, nothing to calculate. That sort of defensive style can lead you astray because very often the way to draw is not a way. It has some rocky moments. Sometimes you'll have to calculate to give away control for a little bit. It's rarely super smooth. So that's why, especially low on time, people can start to see ghosts a lot. But in his current time situation, an hour on the clock, he goes for a decent strategy, waiting, b6. The kind of move which can't be a mistake, right?
No, keeps everything steady. But I think I understand why he played it. There's a specific variation that I was actually about to ask you about, and I think this is why he started with b6. So if we can analyze quickly the move f5, which may be played in the near future, but f5 takes. We discussed that the bishop cannot take because rook d5, sliding in between rook and bishop would force a trade, and that would fix white's pawn structure. But after takes, we see a trade. And what about c5 here? That's what I think Jan probably didn't like the look of, because now this pawn on b7 can be attacked in a variety of ways. h3 on a light square, still not the best pawn in the world. So, Fabio, do you think this is what he was worried by?
This could have been a bit annoying to him. I'm wondering after rook c8, rook d5 is the idea, I would guess.
Yeah, just defend actively. Try to get a rook around.
And then, yeah, it's a bit annoying because, for example, if you play bishop to e6, there's suddenly rook to e5 maybe, and some potential... Yeah, this loses on the spot. So after rook to e5, you kind of have to give a check on f8, and you don't want to calculate this sort of stuff. That's for sure.
Right.
So yeah, c5 could have been, in general, or in that specific variation, something he was trying to avoid.
Makes sense. So he starts with b6, so he sort of keeps his structure, keeps his active rook on a5, which patrols the 5th rank and puts pressure on a4. And now the big question is, well, Fabi, you had said this bishop trade somehow would be great. Can't really move the bishop because the a4 pawn would fall. So where do white's chances come from? I at first thought that white had great winning chances. Now I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't see a plan when I did a few moves ago.
Yeah, if we don't see a plan, and I also don't see one, then I think we start with king g3. Take it from there. Let's just imagine black plays rook to h7 here. Bishop to c2, rook to h8. Can we try to make this work?
I thought you were going bishop f5.
Yeah, but after rook a4, I don't see it. I don't see the next move.
I thought you were going to try to get a pass pawn here and go after this pawn.
If I could win the h3 pawn quickly, it's definitely very promising. But how do I win that h3 pawn at all? It takes like 3 moves, right?
Yeah.
At least.
I mean, I was thinking you have a pass pawn of your own to work with, so it just really looks like a spicy ending.
Yeah, no, this does. But rook to a1 here?
All right, I mean...
rook h4, and if rook g1, there's rook king h3.
Ooh, tricky. Because if you take, the king takes and protects the pawn.
So the engine is still... Well, the problem is for white. The black has 2 pass pawns as well, so it's going to be a feisty one.
Rook
h4, king h4, or e5 or a5, and yeah, some sort of mess of an endgame.
No, it certainly will be a messy endgame, and you know that Ding Liren right now, he senses that this is a big moment. Can he bring his king up to g3? Can he come up with another plan? These are the questions swirling around his head, and while they do, we're going to head to a short break, but when we return, it's more from Game 10 at the FIDE World Championship 2023.
I do recommend Meetup to a lot of my friends that are looking for different things. Wine tasting, movies, book club, meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends, and it will make you more social.
We return to the playing hall in Astana, Kazakhstan. You see Ding Liren, the lone man on the stage, as his opponent Jan Nepomniachtchi has stepped aside to the rest area. Ding Liren is on the clock. And while we were away, we do have some great news. Hey, Tanya, welcome back.
Robert, guess who's back? Back again. Well, the position definitely looks super shady, Robert, because when I left this last, it was a full-blown middle game. Queens were on the board, and it looked like it was going to be a big fight with anything that could happen. And now I look at the position, a lot has happened. You've got to take me through what I missed, Robert.
Okay, let's do a rewind for everybody who also may have missed the action. Tanya, back when white castled kingside, black decided to throw the pawn forward with h4. But one pawn forward was not enough. The pawn goes to g5 as well. And it's now or never if you want to win this pawn on d6. Ding Liren said, I'm hungry. I'm not greedy, but I will take a pawn when it's given to me. He snacks on it. The queens do come off the board. They're forced off here, and then we saw black play bishop e6. So we got into an endgame where black is a pawn down, but white's pawn structure is in shambles on the queen side. Ding strikes forward with f4. This made perfect sense. The rook came back, and black could not allow the pawn to go up to f5. That's why Jan Nepomniachtchi took on f4. This rook captures back because the h4 pawn is now a target. And here was the big question. Black played the move h3. White pushed forward with g4, cementing this pawn on h3 as a long-term weakness that black will have to defend. But Jan said, I am not going to sit passively and try to protect that pawn. He goes forward with his rook up to c5, over to a5, and then after the bishop defended, we saw this is where the position remains. White can go forward with the king on g3 because Tanya, Bob and I were talking about this right before the break. We don't really see that many other ideas or moves for Ding besides bringing this king forward.
Wow. I did miss a lot of the action. And Robert, this endgame that you're pointing at, the first thing that comes to mind is this incredible transfer of that rook from a8 all the way to a5 with a little rook dance that Jan did. A really nice maneuver there to make an inactive rook super active by making sure that the white bishop on d1 is tied down to defend the a4 pawn as well as the g4 pawn. And this means that one rook of Jan, the h8 rook, will defend the h3 pawn, while the other one will put pressure on white's weak pawn structure that you're pointing out. As you said, that indeed white's plan looks like that h3 pawn is the weakness. You need to get to that with his own weaknesses. The more I look at this position, I feel like Ding's going to have a hard time getting to that h3 pawn. Fabi, one plan that comes to mind is trying to push the g pawn further down. You go g5 and you try to trade on h4. And it's hard to achieve that with, again, this rook on a5. It's a multi-purpose piece there.
Yeah, I don't see how g5 is going to happen anytime soon. So I'm sort of struck by two things. I still like this idea of f5 that Robert was mentioning before the move b6. So if king g3, I'm still worried for white that f5 will come on the board. If g takes f5, rook takes f5. And it feels like this trade of pawns, if it doesn't have a tactical problem, it will be more beneficial for black than for white. And if g5 instead of g takes f5, then after rook to g8, again, I don't mind this trade of pawns. King takes h3 actually feels wrong because after rook g5, it feels like your king on h3 is simply getting stuck there, and it's just not a very good piece. And so I'm trying to stop f5 with the move bishop c2 instead of king g3. That's what I'm thinking about right now. I just want to stop f5. We'll take it from there, what to do next. I have some ideas, I think, with king g3, maybe putting a rook on e4 and trying to play bishop to b3 followed by c5. Like rook f to e4 here, maybe. And then I'm trying to get, I don't know if rook f or rook d4, but I'm trying to get bishop b3 and c5. Maybe rook d4 is more useful for that reason, in fact.
And Robert, he's in a 12-minute think right now as you're pointing out bishop c2 to stop black's activity, Fabi. Does this give white any chances to make progress, or do you think the most likely result will be a draw even with this idea?
Well, I think definitely the most likely result is a draw. That's just the nature of this position, is that black is very, very close to equality because of the weakness of white's pawns. But if we can stop counterplay, if we can force black to wait passively, that's already a good start. You don't win these positions in one move. It it'll take a full game of grinding or outplaying your opponent to do so. So let's start with our first task, which is to stop the counterplay, and the second task will be to try to find a way forward. So bishop c2, I like the idea. If let's say black waits forever, I just want to see if like we can make things happen. So let's say rook h6, king g3, rook h8, rook d4, rook h6 again, rook to e3, rook to h8, and now with bishop to f5, maybe bishop f5, or yeah, I'm starting to feel it. Or rook f5.
Yeah, that's what I just was coming up with. Sorry to draw the arrows while you're speaking, but bishop f5, I didn't want to give my a pawn. Can I start with rook f5? Of course, you can't take on f5 because I take with the pawn, winning your pinned bishop. And if you go rook a6, well, went from a very active, nice rook to a pretty sad one. And now I can actually push this pawn forward to loosen up your defense of the bishop on e6.
Yeah, I love this rook f5 idea, and black should be avoiding it. And it might have even been a threat already after rook to e4, so black would have to deal with that immediately. So yeah, let's start with bishop c2.
Okay.
Maybe we can start with rook d to e4, in fact, in that sense.
Okay, so rook d to e4, threatening a weird rook f5.
Yeah, I like this rook f5 idea. It's very sneaky. The question is here, maybe rook to d8 is just concretely a little bit annoying. Computer does not think so, but it does look a bit annoying to me.
Yeah, I like the look of this for black because you do not want to see this rook get active as well. The a4 pawn is a bit of an issue, and rook d2 is not fun to see because black finally gets that activity. So I like what you're saying, Fabi, just from a general standpoint. Bishop c2 sort of sitting on the position, and I have a question that's more general than specific to this position. How often do you feel like games are won by sitting on the position and applying a little bit more pressure move after move versus taking immediate action, which can actually force things down to liquidation and thus a draw?
I think unless it's like a blitz game or something, games are like this are almost never won by immediate action. Especially in this type of position, you try anything immediately concrete, yeah, you're not winning this game. For example, if you try to get that h pawn as quickly as possible, I don't know exactly how you do so, but that's not going to be the path forward. You need to take this super patiently. So a game like this is going to be won over the course of small improvements, which eventually lead to a difficult position, and then eventually will lead to a position where black has two hats. One is a draw and one is losing, and then your hope is that at that moment, your opponent is under pressure and they choose the wrong choice. That's usually how it goes in case someone loses a position like this. But it's almost never won by some sort of rash immediate action.
Yeah, you've got to take it slow. You've got to take it patiently. And Fabi, while you're looking at these lines, bishop c2 really seems to put a lot of pressure, stopping black from moving that pawn to f5, forcing Yan to just hold the position, to just keep playing these small moves while you make sure there's no activity. But once again, I think for a lot of us, trying to get in g5 after f5 might seem like a progress, right, Robert? You want to take away that h3 pawn. You want to try to get your rook over to h4, perhaps offer a rook trade, go down with that rook to h7 if the rook trade is declined. And I just want to deep dive a little bit more into this to understand this a bit more. If white does try to take action immediately, as Robert, that you were implying here, that these are two different approaches. So let's say we were looking at the idea of marching up with the king to g3, hitting that h3 pawn. Fabi, you mentioned f5 is the big plan and then targeting the g5 pawn. And if I do push g5, rook g8. Now here, taking with the king, just blocking that king on the h file, not a great option. But can white instead here, Robert, of taking that pawn immediately, just slow down a little bit and actually improve the rook to h4 and not rush with grabbing that h3 pawn? I'm also looking at that f4 square for the king to march ahead if you do grab that g5 pawn. Is this something that perhaps can give white some chances here? I'm always going to pick up the h3 pawn next.
Yeah, it looks really interesting, actually, because the rook is under attack, and you need to defend your 7th rank because an active rook could be a problem for black to deal with, but h3 is under attack. I just get the feeling that this position now becomes a position with chances for both sides, a 3 results position, because White is taking some risks as well by allowing a rook down to, say, g1 and the king up to f6 at some moment. Then there's some activity that you're going to have to deal with. That said, the eval bar approves, saying the position is level. It's some kind of dynamic equality where Black likely will be a pawn down in these positions, but because of White's very ugly pawn structure on the queen side with double isolated pawns and another isolated pawn to boot, that should give Black the necessary compensation. But yeah, it's a really interesting try, Tanya, where White is just trying to get that activity. Please allow my rook into the game. But I ultimately think that there will not be progress beyond a couple checks just because Black's position is that sturdy.
Wow, it's move 27 and 20 minutes, almost a 20-minute thing here for Ding. And you, Robert, you're approving of this line as something that does give activity for both sides. It could change the dynamics of this position. And of course, the other approach, keeping everything under control, just stopping this F pawn from advancing at all with the move bishop to C2. And Ding has clearly got these ideas on his radar, which is why he's in a think tank right now. But there's still a bunch of moves to be made. He needs to be a little judicious with his clock handling at the moment. But he's got 42 minutes. And both these players, we've seen fantastic play by them in the opening, the middle game, and the end game. And Fabi, we had an interesting conversation in chat, and I want to ask you first about this, that if you could pick a player to play the World Championship match against between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren, who would you pick to play the match against?
Like who I would consider to be an easier opponent personally?
I mean, it's just who your choice would be. I think that would be a smart thing to do. But it's probably hard to pick an easier opponent. But who would you prefer to play a match against out of these two, given their styles?
I think I would probably pick to play against Ding, but I'm not exactly sure why. Like I don't think it would be a huge difference in terms of difficulty who to play against. I mean, they're both super strong, and we see they're pretty evenly matched. Like we see a slight lead by Jan, but that's not because he's been dominating the match or anything. You know, these slight differences in score, they can very often be explained by factors that happened in the heat of the moment, right? Not because of some sort of overarching theme that Jan is better or Ding is better, but just because a lot of these things are decided in the details. I think I would probably pick Ding because, so back in the day, I had a good score against him. But the last few years, I really struggled against him, and I would like to remedy that in a match. And Jan, I've played actually a lot less against Jan because he kind of reached the very top, very pinnacle of chess a bit after Ding did and after I did. So we haven't played as much, but we played a lot of very interesting games. I mean, from the candidates last year, we played these first wild game in Italian, like absolutely crazy game. And the second one was also some kind of very sharp calculating fight. We made 2 draws, and both draws were sort of a disappointment because I had very serious winning chances in both games. So they would both be very interesting players. I think I would probably pick Ding, but I can't put like an exact reason why. Just feels like I'd have more fun against Ding.
Stylistically, do you think that you and Ding, both of you super strong in your calculation, do you think you're matched more stylistically? And with Yan, there is a certain clash of styles as well?
Yeah, I think that if we're going to try to isolate chess styles, which I think is difficult between strong players, then probably I match a bit more with Ding in terms of style, and a bit less so with Jan, who is, let's say, a very kind of intuitive player. And like traditionally, calculation has been one of my strong assets, and also for Ding. But I think that my style, again, if we're going to go by the classical definition of style, my style has changed a bit over the years, and I've definitely become a bit more intuitive and a bit less of a guy who's calculating fervently every move. He does play King G3, and actually, I think the reason why Bishop C2 was rejected, I think I saw the reason why, because there's actually a very annoying move after Bishop C2, and that move is Rook to G8.
Wow. And he makes the move, leaves the board. And now, of course, Jan has the option to actually strike with F5. And Fabi, you were mentioning that the thought process behind the decision to move up with the king is perhaps the option that after the bishop move that we were looking at, black could have stepped over with rook to g8.
Yeah, and now king g3 is met by f5 in a much more annoying version than in the game. And here white simply, I don't think has any chances for an advantage. King h3, black can take on g4, I guess with the pawn followed by rook to h8. And probably white is not really fighting for an advantage here. So Jan is just waiting, or is he waiting with rook h6?
Yep.
Okay, so bishop c2, let's give it a shot now. Or does he want to... It's just waiting, I guess. Yeah, there's no other idea to this move. But, okay, rook d to e4, I like it. Rook f5 next. Let's go.
So does the king have to move out of the e-file? Because I feel like rook f5 is such a strong threat because the bishop's pinned. Can you make some kind of king move, like king d7?
Yeah, you can, but I'll play rook to e3 now. And I don't see you having any active ideas. But I do see some ideas for myself.
What if I just keep moving my rook around?
Okay, so now you've taken pressure off the a pawn, so you give me a little bit of freedom there. But you do attack my c pawn. So how do I respond to this idea? I can play bishop f5, I can trade rooks, but do I want to? Bishop takes f5. Let's say rook takes f5, I can trade another pair of rooks. It's very dangerous because now I'll have a passed h-pawn and you have only... I potentially have a passed h-pawn and you only have one rook that can deal with it. So, might be a draw, but it's not. Rook c8, rook e4. It's not like 100% that this is an easy draw for black. I mean, I would say I would be very concerned going into this endgame.
Fabi, I just want you to know that our chat, they know you really well. They also picked Ding as the opponent that you would want to play against in a World Championship match. So well done on chat. Well, I was thinking about this, and Robert, unfortunately, I don't see it happening, but in my dream world, in some alternate universe, if I had to pick an opponent, I think I would go for Ding as well to play a match against, simply because I feel facing someone like Jan Nepomniachtchi, I would be petrified and terrified. He has such a strong, intimidating presence on the board, which can be so difficult to deal with. Robert, do you think that's ever a factor? For me, it's a big one.
No, I don't really think so, because I think if all these top players have played Hikaru Nakamura enough to know that he's always making gestures, making faces, and you just kind of ignore it because, honestly, chess is a game you have to be objective about. And when you start paying attention to all the mannerisms and the irregularities, particularities of each person, then you're getting distracted from the chess itself. So I actually don't think, for the most part, that the players are paying too much mind to that kind of stuff. I think for Jan, he does try to use it to his advantage. I think at times it does work to his advantage, but the best that you can, I mean, you need to remain stoic. You need to focus on the chess. Fabi, I think, does a great job of that when he's playing. I never really see him react to his opponents, their behavior. But, well, Ding Liren, he made a quick move, so I think he's not bothered by whatever Jan's doing either.
Yeah, but guys, this move makes me think that it's your idea, what you mentioned, but the other way around. He's sliding with the f rook to e4, and now just he wants to push the d rook one step ahead and really offer that trade, which Jan has to avoid, which would mean placing the black rook on a5 in a very undesirable square. So same idea, Fabi, as you mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this contains the threat of rook d5, and I think black should prevent it with king to f6, I guess. I guess you can play king to f8 as well. But I don't think you want to allow rook d5, because then, as you said, if you put your rook on a6, that's... Okay, he plays king to f8. So was this idea of rook h6? He wanted to play king f8 without allowing rook d8 check?
That's
I guess
deep.
so.
That's super deep.
But rook f4 wasn't even on our radar. We were thinking about rook d to e4 and rook to f5 when the king... Oh, maybe his idea was rook d to e4, king f8 anyway, and the rook on h6 protects the bishop on e6?
Ah, that's a really clever point by Fabi there, that rook takes e6 would be hanging because the f-pawn is pinned, but the rook is on h6 defending, and there still is no g5 because the rook on a5 covers that kind of push. Now, that actually is quite clever.
Actually, I think this explains the rook h6 idea, because he was probably worried about some either rook somewhere to e4, ideas followed by rook d5 or rook f5, and he really wanted his king on f8. So he was thinking rook on h6 defends the e6 bishop, and is no longer in the way of any sort of rook d8 checks, so it's just a multi-purpose rook there.
Right. There's no check to win a rook here. It's just a check.
Now, how does Ding continue this position? I really feel like the bishop belongs on c2, but he has not moved it there yet. And his black's king going to g7. It does look pretty safe on g7, that is true.
So Ding here has the chance to give a check and try to place his rook on another spot. Is there, after giving a check on d8, do you think there is another better place for the d4 rook that it could be headed to try to make progress in this position? It's, of course, a very slow grind. That, and also, I know I keep reminding you of this, but the clock situation, it's move 29 for Ding. So that's 12 more moves to go. He's got 33 minutes on the clock. How much of a factor is the clock right now?
Well, it's not a super high calculation position yet. Like the weight of his decisions is not so high yet. He knows that like as long as he doesn't blunder anything, it's probably not going to be that the valuation changes too much one way or the other. So I wouldn't say the clock is a huge factor. Also, he's not really risking, but you never know because once you get closer to time control, some complications suddenly begin. You do want to have that extra time buffer, even if you don't see the complications starting. They could at any moment, right? So yeah, as you said, Tanya, rook to d8 followed by rook to b8 and b7. It's definitely an option, but feels a bit artificial. Could be considered though, for sure.
Fabi, has that ever happened to you in your chess career where in a time scramble, you just psychologically it's been so difficult and it's just gotten worse to make a move?
Oh yeah, I mean I've had time scrambles. Usually time scrambles that I can remember have been not good ones, but I've had some good ones too. I remember once 2008, I think I'm going to say it was 2008. I was playing Simon Agdestein, who was the childhood coach of Magnus Carlsen, also was a top Norwegian grandmaster for a very long time, and it was without increment, and we stopped. We were both blitzing out. We were down to like 1 minute. I forget how many moves we had to make, and we stopped recording the moves because once you're under 5 minutes, you don't really have to. But we didn't realize at some point because the clock didn't immediately add the time after 40 moves, so we didn't know which move we were on. So we ended up continuing to blitz, and then suddenly one of us flags, and so we reconstruct the game. It turns out it's move 47. And my last move has been a horrific blunder. I was up a piece, and I just like in a panic with 1 second, just like tossed the piece away, and it ended up still being a draw because I was still winning before I gave away a free piece. So it turned into a draw, but it was one of the craziest time scrambles I've had. The other one I can remember is my 2015 Singfield Cup time scramble against Magnus Carlsen, which like I see Robert, you're nodding. You remember that one? It was also not a good one for me. It was a very complex game, very double-edged, and at some point I was taking over the initiative. I had a big advantage, which was we were making mistakes in time trouble, so it was kind of shifting back and forth. But at some point I had a very, very big advantage. But I got down to seconds. Again, we had no increment. And this time I knew that I was when move 40 was, but we both got down to seconds. We were just time scrambling, and in a panic, I made a horrific blunder. I was about to lose my queen, and then I also ran out of time. So those are the two that immediately popped to mind. As avoid time trouble. That's all I can say.
That's what Ding said, right, Robert, in one of the press conferences, that the best option, the best solution is that you just start playing fast, but only if that was that simple, because there's always a payoff between the amount of time you take and the quality of the moves. But also, that is directly proportionate, but also you have to be careful to have enough time on the clock for those critical moments. And we see Ding here playing the move rook to d8, coming up with a check, and now potentially after the king goes to g7. And also let's point out that the king must go to g7. If you come back from where you left, then that would then allow white to fall back with the rook and the plan that we've been discussing all the way to d5. offering that trade, which is not good for black. He goes king g7, and now once again expecting Ding to take a bit of a think here. It's an important moment because he needs to decide where he wants to place and what he wants to do with that rook on the 8th rank. One plan that Fabi pointed out, try to get it to the 7th rank. The d7 square currently controlled by the bishop. He could have gone with the rook to b8, the knight square, and then stepped it up to b7. Instead, he attacks the a7 pawn. He goes for the move rook a8. So still just slowly keeping up the pressure, keeping the status quo as it is in the position, but asking Yan to continue playing and defending this position. Looks like a good strategy, Robert.
Yeah, it actually looks like a great strategy because I was just thinking, what moves does black have here? If you get active with your rook, you have to calculate what happens in the event king takes h3. And now, all of a sudden, white has stolen that pawn, will have an outside passer. That's a totally different type of dynamic to this game. If you want to move this rook from a5 and move to c5, well, you're dropping the pawn a7. You don't really want to give up that pawn for the c4 pawn. Even if black is still holding there, you are giving up a very healthy pawn for a double pawn. Not the best trade in the world. If you move your bishop, say to d7, that's the only safe square for it. You allow this rook to slide up to e7, and maybe we're getting into a territory where white can start an attack. So I just think that all of a sudden, Jan needs to be a bit careful here. He may still be within that drawing territory, but the challenges have changed, and that means he needs to change his mindset with it.
So I'm wondering, bishop to d7, that move feels critical to me. I'm attacking your pawn. And how are you dealing with this idea? Like you mentioned rook to e7, but after bishop takes a4, I don't really see the big deal.
I thought I had bishop f3, but then you're saying bishop c6 because you're rook over here, right?
Yeah, if you could get bishop d5, that would start to look really dangerous, that's true. But bishop to c6 looks pretty steady, yeah. And I'm guessing that this is position after, let's say, rook takes a7 is starting to go towards a territory of just complete draw. Yeah, take everything, take on f3 and rook c6, and rook to a4, but yeah, it feels like a draw. Even probably b5 is a draw.
You're right.
And yeah, okay, white can still play this after rook to b4. I mean, it's you can still play this for a bit. King g3.
Not the easiest draw in the world, but still one that Jan would know is within that drawing threshold.
I mean, he could probably see that he plays like king g6, king h3, f5 here, and it starts to get...
Oh. Wait, what was that?
Did we blunder with king g6?
How? What in the world? So it takes f5 as your... Apparently this is a good endgame for white. Maybe just rook b5?
Is rook to b5 very strong? Yeah, maybe. I thought the king would get active, but take, and now rook d6, rook c5 is winning the other pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, rook endgames are tough, but I feel like black had some much easier moments earlier on in this variation.
Yeah, it's true though, but I think this is a good illustration that we think rook end games, a lot of them are drawn. That's what the mantra is. All rook end games are drawn. Let's trade off pawns. Only one extra pawn in a rook end game, often not sufficient to win. But with pawns on both sides of the board, that gives white increased winning chances, because if we just highlight that variation we were just looking at very quickly, that if you take on f5 and the black king gets active, this is a way to not win the game, because you're allowing the black king to go up to try to win this pawn, and the rook can sacrifice itself for the h-pawn. Black will make a draw. However, this rook b5 move is very, very important, because now when you trade, the white king is just going to run this way, and if the black king has to stay in front of this pass pawn, you're kind of caught in two different directions, and white is going to win that race, and c4 will drop. So a very interesting endgame that we could see in this position, and Jan needs to calculate deeply. He can't just assume it's a draw. We made that mistake. We have the eval bar at our disposal where we're like, yeah, it should be fine. But I think for Jan Nepomniachtchi, before playing a move like bishop d7 and ending up to take this pawn a4, you need to be absolutely certain that this will hold.
Yeah, it's an
I don't feel like this is... Oh, sorry, Tanya.
No, make your point, Fabi.
I was just going to say that I don't think that Ding's idea is to go for this rook endgame, so I'm wondering what Ding's idea might be after bishop d7, because I don't think that rook e7 followed by rook endgame would look too attractive to his eye. But what else would he have in mind?
Yeah,
Don't know.
And also it's a big question, right? If not bishop d7, the more I look at this position, the more it's difficult to come up with an alternative for Jan as well. Bishop d7 going into this endgame with the trades that you're pointing out is not it's not going to be super easy to hold that endgame, but it is holdable. But if not, it's sort of a difficult moment to handle. You can't step back with your rook on h6. Let's just point out you want to get rid of that rook on e8. But a trade on h8, that h3 pawn, we just highlight that pawn. That's a big weakness here, Robert. A trade on h8, and then you just end up picking up this pawn on h3. And if you don't have that option, the other move would be in the current position to start attacking the c4 pawn. I'm just trying to avoid the move bishop d7 just to understand the alternatives in this current live board that we have. The rook c5 after rook takes a7. Now you can't pick up the c pawn with your rook. Well, maybe you can go rook c4 here and try and offer the rook trade as well. Or is there some tactics with rook e6, bishop b3? This could get interesting after rook c4.
Rook takes c3 would come with check.
Oh,
But I think white can just trade rooks, and then we mentioned at some point that the trade of pawns on the queen side is just generally beneficial for white because white's c pawns are doubled. So getting rid of one of them is it's a less valuable pawn than black's a pawn. So here white would look to the future with confidence. Extra pawn and no longer having double pawns, and h3 still being weak. So this is definitely good. But yeah, I really feel like there's one move on my radar and there are no other moves. Bishop d7, or I can't think of another logical move.
Yeah, wow. Could be the only move on the board for Jan to continue to keep the balance the way it is. And as Fabio pointing out, it's the only one that makes sense to you. Well, it is a very direct line after bishop to d7, and Jan in a 7-minute think currently. So he's trying to evaluate that endgame. Robert, what do you think? Is bishop d7 going to be the move of choice for Jan? Simply because hard to find an alternative.
Process of elimination sometimes makes chess quite easy because every other move that we've looked at has a real problem to it. This rook on a5 needs to defend a7. This rook on h6, you don't run a trade because it needs to defend the h3 pawn. The only other move that comes to my mind is rook f6, but that feels like playing with fire. You are giving up your h3 pawn here, and that does give white some very legitimate winning chances. And Dingley Ren, to his credit, in the candidates tournament, he won games that to most looked kind of unwinnable. He beat young Krzysztof Duda from the white side of a game that looked quite level. He beat Hikaru Nakamura in the final round in a game that doesn't look too dissimilar from this one. It was an ending where he just pressed and pressed and pressed, and finally he was able to outlast Hikaru, who did make some mistakes along the way. So I feel like this is very much in Ding Liren's style to get to this kind of ending. He has some happy memories in endgames just like this. It's the Magnus Carlsen type of position where, oh, it should be a draw, it's going to be a draw, and then suddenly like, wait, this looks really difficult. So I do think that Jan Nepomniachtchi has plenty of work left here. He's playing confidently. He hasn't spent too much time throughout the game. He's up 20 minutes, but some of these decisions going forward will not be as straightforward as immediately appears.
And you can feel it in Jan. There's been a little shift. We saw him just getting up from his chair right now, and he can definitely also sense that he needs to be a little precise because all the pieces are in their best possible position for black. It's hard to now not change the dynamics. It's hard to just sit now and make a waiting move with black. So you actually have to take a decision, and those are the hardest moments. And we speak so much about the different styles of these players and their approach to chess. And Fabi, Robert, I want to ask you guys that for Ding and for Jan, if you had to compare them to a champion of the past, a player from the past, whose style would be most comparable with Ding and with Jan, a world champion of the past? Robert, I'm going to start with you, putting you on a spot.
Wow, that was not cool at all. A world champion of the past that I have to compare Ding to.
I'll make it easier. Even if it's not a world champion, perhaps any great player from the past who you feel
okay, I got
that...
it. I got it. A great player that I can compare Ding to is Ding Liren. Done.
Did I just walk into that one? That was smooth. That was slicker than the guy with the thing on his eye. Well done, Robert, on that. But no, seriously, I mean, just somebody who you feel like their styles are matched. Because I was thinking about, for Jan, I think, at least in my head, that might be easier to answer. But do you have one for Ding, Fabi?
I can't think of anyone. I was going to defer to Robert on this one. But now I'm on the spot, and it's not an easy question.
Ooh, not an easy decision by Jan as well. He doesn't
Say-
fall back with the bishop to d7. Rook c5 played.
I was
Sorry,
going to say
Fabio, you were about to say.
saved by the bell there. Jan saved me. Okay, rook c5. Let's analyze.
Oh, it's too difficult. I think what Fabi, I don't want to speak on your behalf, but what I'm guessing you're thinking is that the players these days, they just don't have one style. I think we typically look back in time at the world champions, think of Mikhail Tal. Say, oh, this guy would always sacrifice. He was a vicious attacker, a calculator. But that's kind of where we leave him with, which is not fair to him either. But these days, the players, they do everything. Like Ding Liren may have those grind him out victories that I just mentioned in the candidates, but then you could think of some great attacking games that he's had. And I feel like with the engines, it's hard to compare players of today with players of the past just because of the weapons at their disposal. So I don't have an answer. I will continue to try to dwell on it and not have my cop out with Ding, but I do think rook c5 here. Rook takes a7. He will not take with the rook. We saw that being a bad option. He'll take with the bishop instead and try to go after the c3 pawn behind the c4 pawn. And it's still a good move. We see the evaluation bar approve. So maybe Jan, this is his style to take the active defense rather than a passive rook endgame.
I think maybe he was worried about, if we go back to bishop d7, I was just thinking, and obviously some moves are going to start flowing in, but
Is this progress for Ding now? The fact that he loses the double pawns and trades the c pawn for the a pawn. I mean, that is actually very clear progress in the position. It might still be level. Our eval bar says nothing's wrong for black, but Ding can perhaps start feeling a little more hopeful about his chances in this endgame.
I don't know if we're there yet. Because after bishop takes c4, he first has to deal with the issue of how to defend c3. You can, of course, always put your rook on e3, but is that just going to be a passive piece? Jan doesn't seem overly concerned. And I'm wondering if maybe what he was worried about... Okay, moves are coming in too fast, though, so let's just keep with the live position. So I guess the most natural move here is rook to e3, and he might even play that quickly, because you're getting ready for the bishop to move. It's going to move, so you might as well defend the c3 pawn as soon as you can, rather than wait for black to attack it. And I don't see other logical moves. I mean, if bishop to f3, unfortunately, runs into maybe bishop d5, but then there's rook to e5, so maybe bishop to f3 is some sort of tricky little trap. I guess you shouldn't play bishop d5, you should maybe play bishop to e6.
Just to show your point, though, rook e5 is such a nasty idea because black wants to win this pawn, but your bishop is threatened. After bishop f3, rook c5, b takes c5, king takes f3. I don't know how the evaluation bar still stayed centered there because
Yeah, this is like shocking, isn't it?
This looks like I would have thought winning for white.
I guess just rook to d6, and then if king moves on c4 and it's just very concrete, black is going after the c3 pawn.
Oh?
Rook d6 is bad? Okay, now I don't understand
king
anything.
d4 is not the correct response either. So.
Oh, rook e7 is good.
Because if check, the rook blocks, and if the rook comes here, the white rook goes to e4 and c4, and then all your pawns are weak from black's perspective.
So is black playing rook f6 followed by rook to g6? Like, instead of rook d6? It's the only other move which can come to mind. And then now rook to d6 after king g3.
That is very hard to see from a distance.
Yeah, I don't think that Jan would ever go into this willingly. He would probably just play bishop to e6 after bishop to f3.
Yeah.
And rook to e3 is forced, and so that's why I thought maybe it's more logical to play it immediately. But regardless of how they reach this,
yeah,
what's black's next move?
Aren't we supposed to ask you that question?
Oh no, rook h8 drops the piece on e6. This just drops the piece. So, okay, so black has some questions to answer here. You don't really want to play rook c4 because the rook can get kicked back at will. Bishop to e2. You don't want to move your rook from h6 to f6 because just king takes h3. So the rook on h6 is probably just going to stay there.
And somehow even giving up a pawn for free, so you're down 2 full pawns, and yet it's still completely level.
But why?
I don't know.
You
Maybe
tell
rook
us,
f4.
Fabi.
Oh, I
What
blended.
is-
No, rook f4, king g3, followed by rook e6. Yeah.
I was about to say I blended the same piece just to finish the variation to show that I make the same blunders. Even I don't learn from the lessons that Bob was trying to teach me. Rook takes e6 once again would be a free piece, so it's not too difficult to blunder. Jan will not do it, but for me, I'm blundering all the time.
Wow.
Every day I'm blundering.
Our chat is actually informing us. I love it. That this game is almost like it's 100% accuracy apparently. I'm not sure what engine evaluates that, but we've seen the eval bar stick to it, so it's kind of believable. Well, that's what happens when you got the world number 2 playing against the world number 3 at such a junction in the world championship. Dingler in there reaching out, and he decides instead to sidestep with a rook on a7, which actually looked like a very well placed piece, and brings it to double up with the rook on on the e line. Is that a move that surprises you? Because I'm trying to understand what could Ding's idea be with this. How does this help him in the position? Does he want to go rook e5 and start offering a rook trade?
Yeah, but bishop to e6 is the logical continuation for white. So, strange looking move. I was kind of briefly thinking maybe the idea was to play c4, but then after bishop takes c4, I don't see what you gain. I mean, the point of c4 is if rook c4, there's rook 7 takes e6, winning a piece. But bishop takes c4, yeah, this loses on the spot. Bishop c4, what's the point?
That's
And
a
if
beautiful
it's
variation.
Super nice.
what is Ding's idea after bishop e6? Does he just want rook e3, but he was worried about something somewhere?
Yeah,
If
it's a big question, right? I mean, it's such a mysterious move.
Maybe it doesn't matter where the rook is, and he's just like, okay, I'll play a move.
It's a good, thought. Yeah, whatever. This will be okay.
Is that how they make moves in the world championship, Fabi?
I think so. Well, it could be a type of position where basically a lot of moves are pretty equivalent because white doesn't really have a way to improve so easily, and so he didn't see much of a difference between bishop f3, rook e3, rook e7.
I get it. I think I understand, Fabi. I think I understand why he did this. So, bishop d5, you have to go rook e3 because this pawn's hanging with check. And now after rook c6 over here, these rooks are protected. So bishop f3 comes to mind, where you can't take on c3 because d5 is hanging. And if you take on f3, rook takes f3, this looks like a problem in two different directions.
But then why didn't he play bishop f3 first?
I don't have an answer to that question.
And the funny thing is that all the moves we make, they don't change the valuation. We've gone through like 3 different lines, and the bar has stayed completely level. So it feels like maybe it's just one of those positions which is kind of equal in a variety of ways.
This doesn't look equal, though. 2 of Black's pawns are under attack. Black's already down 1. So at best, Black will be down a pawn in the rook endgame. And I think this is where the eval bar gets misleading, where White will be up a pawn, and with best defense, Black will make a draw. But that defense may be increasingly difficult as we get into certain endgames. I think this one maybe does make sense. Rook f6, you have to save this pawn f7. If we see a series of trades here and the rook drops back, okay, Black can get active with rook a4. Rook c4, take this pawn in exchange for the h3 pawn. And I get why that's a draw, but it's still some work to do for Jan.
Yeah, it's a draw like yesterday was a draw. It's a draw which will be here for a while the players prove the draw. So after rook e7,
Abby, that's a really interesting point you make about what we witnessed yesterday and the kind of action that we're seeing today, right? The first half of the match, we barely saw an end game arrive. We did in one game, but one side was clearly better already. But it feels like the pace has slowed down a little bit compared to the first half of the match, which had so many sort of back and forth between the players in these big critical moments, and one was winning and then something was missed, and then the other player, one of them had the chance. But now it's a different narrative. How do you explain that? Like from your experience at a match, why does this shift happen closer to the finish line?
yeah, I can explain with my experience. that the players have seen the commentary teams for chess.com. They know who's commentating. And, they know how much Anish loves draws. So they didn't want to give him what he likes. They wanted, okay, well, Anish is commentating today. We gotta play as sharp as possible. Okay, let's make some blunders too. Then once I get on, they're like, okay, let's quiet it down now. Let's make some 100% accuracy games.
So Fabi, you think that's the only reason?
No, okay, so seriously, I do think that you have like trends in the match. So sometimes you have some periods which are kind of wild and both players are a bit unsettled, and you have some wins, some losses. Psychologically, there's some instability there, and then at some point this quiets down and you have the stability comes back. So yesterday and today, this is like a period of stability, and it was right before it was preceded by two completely wild games. One which somehow ended in a draw, but a draw was anything but likely in that game, and one which was wild and ended in a completely unexpected result, a decisive result, but not the one that we thought might happen. So I think we might see this also in the last few games. We might see some stability or some instability, and we don't know, but these things tend to come in waves.
Yeah. Well, there definitely seems to be a little stability in today's game with no clear path for either of the two players to get an advantage. So Yan keeping it under control, but it's Ding who's trailing the match. So sooner or later, he needs to try to create those chances and maximize them. So risks will happen. For now, a decision has been taken by Yan. And another move that was not on our radar while looking at options, he actually just lets go of the h3 pawn. He says, you can take it. And perhaps the reason for that is that there's a check coming in with that bishop from c4 to f1. c3 is a weakness. So Yan is eyeing the c3 weakness, letting go of the h3 weakness. What do you make of this move? Rook c6. Quite an interesting try by Yan here.
Yeah, the point is of king h3, I think just bishop to e6, followed by rook takes c3. And he's happy to get rid of that weak h pawn that was doomed basically to fall off the board sooner or later during this game. But he gets the c3 pawn, the rook becomes active, the a4 pawn becomes a weakness. White's best will probably be that he gets 2 against 1, which is a draw, right? The h and g against the f pawns, with or without bishops, will be a draw. But that's White's best case scenario, I think, after the trade of h and c pawns, because it's also very likely that White's bishop, which is so passive, gets harassed, and White won't even be able to hold on to that a4 pawn.
Bobby, is there a reason that after king h3 you mentioned bishop e6 hitting c3 and not the direct check on f1?
I don't like the bishop on f1, but it might not be bad either. Bishop f1, king g3, rook c3, rook e3. I don't know. I'd rather keep the f7 pawn securely defended and my bishop there rather than... Yeah, I start to feel like this is a bit less pleasant just because the bishop on f1 is out of the game. So I'd either think bishop d5 or bishop e6. I don't know which move. I like the bishop on e6 because it's so stable there, but certainly bishop d5 is also not a bad move.
All right,
Makes
so
perfect sense. So.
Yeah, that's Robert. And we see a little shift here. Both players playing a little dynamically, trading pawns on both sides, getting rid of their weaknesses, but it does mean more liquidation, and it means closer to perhaps saving this game with the black pieces for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Rook c6. The big question for now for Ding is, does he trade off the c3 weakness for that h3 pawn, or will he find a way to keep the tension going? And we see there in the playing hall, Ding currently in a think tank. Jan has left the chair, and we will use this moment to go into a break, and we'll be back with more endgame action from Game 10 of the World Championship match.
This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success, really is just working on Chessable. Just being honest with you.
Lauren still in the tank on move 33. He is thinking how he can make his chances, how he can really try to put pressure in this endgame, which looks like it's inching closer to the draw as we do find more pawns being traded off on the board. It is a big moment for Ding. This is one of his 3 whites in the final 5 games. And while in this World Championship so far, Jan Nepomniachtchi has struggled a little bit with the black pieces, but this one, Robert, he managed to equalize without too much trouble, taking dynamic decisions out of the opening. If we think about the opening that we had with King F8, he was precise and he managed to get out of it without any problem.
Yeah, even when the position started to look a bit scary, he just continued his preparation. He continued playing good moves like G5. That was a really good one by him, it seemed. And I think for Ding Liren, he was hoping this endgame would lead to an advantage, but there isn't much of one to speak of. The advantage lies in that one extra pawn. Come on, we still got this over here. That one extra little guy. But that one pawn doesn't seem to be enough. It's an equal position according to the evaluation bar. Jan Nepomniachtchi has the necessary counterplay. He has a huge lead on the clock. He's feeling confident, and why wouldn't he be at this point? If he draws this game with the black pieces, only 4 games will remain in this World Championship.
Yeah, I think that we are looking at a position where he's going to have to press for a while. It's just the tournament situation dictates. And I'm wondering if maybe he can, because he doesn't want that rook locked out of the game on e7. So he might try rook 7 to e5. And my worry here is that what's very likely is, okay, the h pawn is falling off the board, and I think the c pawn is not long for this world either. And then the a and b pawns will have a very strong tendency to trade themselves off, and so will the bishops. And then we're going to be left with an hg against f pawn rook endgame, which is a draw. And white can try a little bit, but yeah, your winning chances are against a strong player are basically under 1%. So the question is, can he try to keep the a and b pawns off the board? Like, let's have a look at rook 7 to e5 for a little bit.
And Fabi, I'm gonna
Go
ask
ahead,
you about
Tanya.
a line which you're gonna. I'm sure there's a repetition to it, but I'm gonna bring it up anyway. After rook e5, Robert, what if black just trades, and is bishop b3 completely nuts, or is it a possibility?
Well, he just played rook e5, and we might see this. And
Oof.
I was thinking the same exact thing. Bishop b3, offering a free bishop, so it would appear. But after rook takes c3 check, the problem for white is the king is under attack, and this bishop will be won. Now, maybe Ding had the idea that Fabiano was mentioning with rook to b5. You cannot take this rook. This is going to be a bad losing situation. You'll lose the h pawn, and now we'll see the pawn promote. Instead, black will play rook a3, and after rook b6, rook a4, king h3. This is exactly what Fabiano was talking about. Rook and 2 pawns for white against rook and 1 pawn for black, but we see the eval bar. We know the players understand this theoretically drawn position. You don't need Dvoretsky's endgame manual to hold this.
So, but does white... No, I think that you would draw that pretty effortlessly, Tanya. And
Thanks for that faith in me, Fabi. But we might be seeing this happen now. So rooks have been traded on e5, and Jan shakes his head but takes no time at all to make this move. Bishop b3 on the board. So after this little tactic, the bishops will be traded off. And Fabi, the ending that you were talking about, we might have that soon.
yeah, that's coming on the board. White cannot really afford not to trade because then the a4 pawn falls, so he takes on b3, rook c3 forced, king to h4, the most logical square for the king. Instantly played rook takes b3. I think it doesn't really change so much what white plays here, but probably rook to b5, as Robert mentioned. But all roads lead to Rome at this point. Rook b5 played rook to a3, absolutely forced. Otherwise, I think black will lose this game, if not for that move. I think he'll try rook to b4 here, because he can always get that 2 against 1. Oh, okay, he takes immediately. Rook to b4 wouldn't change anything, because he could always take on b6, but he goes straight for it. And we will see this. I don't think that they will take too long to play this one out. So
Yeah, that was going to be my next question to you, Fabi. The big eternal question. How much is Ding going to push this one? How much is he going to try? How elementary is this for Jan?
I don't think he'll try too hard. So the interesting thing is, and I've brought this game up a lot, but Jan has won a 2 against 1 rook in game against a top level grandmaster in a classical game. Do you guys? Oh, he's immediately going for it. This is going to be an instant draw, yeah. But do you guys know which game I'm referring to?
Jan winning 2. Was it against you or something?
No. I wouldn't have brought that up. Tanya, you might have actually... Were you there? It was the 2017 London Chess Classic.
No, I think I was there for a couple of days, but my memory fails me on this one. So if it was at the Classic, wow, Jan won. But was it 2 versus 1 same side?
It was against Mickey Adams.
Oh.
I don't remember which round, but it was early on in the event, and it wasn't H and G against F. It was... he was with the black pieces. I think he had F and E against G. But here we trade off the last pawn. White has 1 pawn left.
Yes. Wow.
White would be
wasn't-
winning this position if stalemate was a win. Then white would win this position. But unfortunately, stalemate is a draw.
And also, if that H pawn was on the G file instead, that would be winning on G2. But instead, the rook pawn is known to be a draw, and Ding there with a smile gives it up. He knows there's no trying in this one. A hard-fought battle, but Jan Nepomniachtchi saves the game with the black pieces. He was never in too much trouble today, which means that he is one game closer with a 1-point lead to the World Championship title. Ding still has to win a game to equalize the match. Robert, do you think this is a result that Jan is pleased with?
Of course, he had the black pieces, so drawing the game is great for him. There are only 4 games now remaining in this World Championship, and Ding just stormed off. He didn't seem, super angry or anything, but typically the players, they talk for a little bit at the board, even when a draw was reached. So I feel like for Ding, he recognized that this was a missed opportunity, and Jan Nepomniachtchi came very well prepared.
Yeah, a missed opportunity, and it just felt like Ding never really got a position to push out of the opening. Fabi, do you think this was a failed opening approach by Ding, at least in this game, considering that how easily Jan equalized?
Yeah, I think overall, we already felt it from the start. After the move bishop c5, we felt like Ding would find it difficult, or the later bishop c5, that Ding would find it difficult to refute Jan's opening preparation on his own over the board. And it was just a confident draw from Jan. I mean, he was slightly worse throughout the game, but he was never in real danger. We never felt that feeling that you get like, oh, this guy's going to lose. No, he was pretty confident throughout, playing quickly, playing well. It was, as was already noted, 100% accuracy game, a perfect game from both sides. But sometimes to win games, you don't need to play a perfect game. You need to play a messy game where you're making mistakes, but your opponent's also making mistakes, and there's some craziness happening, rather than this where your opponent knows what to do, has plenty of time on the clock, everything. Very confident, very important result for Jan today.
Yeah, and this decision to play King F8, we were highlighting it during the game. I think this was a big moment. Any other move would have been terrible for black. If you castle, there was bishop h6, a very known motif where you can't capture the bishop. It is pinned to this king back here. And if you push the pawn, that's the only way to stop checkmate. You lose a rook for a bishop. So g6 is the alternative, would have opened the dark squares. That would not have been good. And I think the critical moment, we were analyzing a lot during this game, but this pawn on d6 could have been captured at many moments. But here, the decision to play g5 by Jan, a great show of opening preparation. And then from Ding, after take on d6, pawn takes back. Fabi, maybe at this point, if the game were to be replayed, a move like bishop e3 or bishop c1, perhaps that was a better choice when you need a win.
Yeah, I think if he was given this moment again, knowing that bishop takes e6, although objectively probably the engine move, probably not leading to a win, that keeping more pieces on the board, keeping queens on the board with bishop e3, it's still equal. Like black is not objectively worse here, but you could give this a shot. Maybe practically it would be a bit more unpleasant for Jan to play against.
Yeah, but instead we saw everything come off here, and white is better. There's no doubt about that. White is up a pawn. We saw this defense f4, a very good move, because when we got to this position, all of a sudden there was pressure against this h4 pawn, but Jan, he had this all worked out, and after h3, even though that pawn looks like it's wandered a bit too far, I think he found that everything wasn't so bad after all.
Yeah, this endgame is definitely better for white. But Jan was very confident. He played his next few moves pretty much instantly, as though it was a bullet game almost. Rook to c8 came. The rook maneuvering its way to a very active file. And Ding, in an effort to restrict that rook, played a4 and bishop to d1. But look at all those pawns on light squares being targeted by black's bishop. You have a feeling like black has a lot of compensation here for the pawn.
Yeah, for sure. And after this, we were looking at a lot of different lines, but Jan left no doubt rerouting his king. And then at this point, he traded everything off in nice fashion. Rook c6, rook e5, and then this shot, bishop b3. Really wonderful tactical awareness from Jan Nepomniachtchi, hitting this bishop once the bishop was captured on b3. Thank you for the free piece. Well, thank you right back. Here comes the rook in, and we saw everything get swapped off. And by the way, this was a great move. We glossed over it just because we were getting to the end of the game, but f5, just After g5 is played, the rook slides to g4. Thank you very much for this pawn. That's an immediate draw. And after pawn takes pawn, we saw the rook come to f4, and there's no way for white to win. Rook b5, king f6, and we saw the swap, and we know h-pawns, rook pawns are not great in these kind of endgames when the king is in front of it.
Loved how Jan actually solved all the endgame problems in that one instant with the last move, f5, that you were pointing at. It's just such a professional approach to not give any chances, to close down the game immediately. And with that, we get our third draw in a row. And we see in Astana, Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren are ready for the press conference. Let's head over to the players.
Welcome everyone at the press conference of the FIDE World Chess Championship match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Ding Liren. Today we had round 10 and the game ended in a draw. Now the current score is 5.5 to 4.5 in favor of Jan Nepomniachtchi. My first question would be to Ding Liren today. Are you satisfied with how the English opening went for you in this game? And if you are also aware of the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi played this very opening himself at the title Tuesday?
I guess bishop a5 is the main line. Yeah, I know a game he played against Aronian some years ago, and he wins with very accurate, very powerful play. But bishop c5 came as a totally surprise to me. I have to figure out the idea after during the game. Yeah, it's actually I had some advantages. At one point, I'm wondering if I could retreat the bishop instead of taking on d6, but I didn't know if it's possible to go back to bishop, but maybe it's not possible. Maybe it's just a very bad move, so I played the nature move, and I guess he defends quite well, so I didn't have so many chances in that game.
Right. And Jan, you played this, as I mentioned, you played this very position at the title Tuesday some years ago. Were you happy to see today that this happened in this match, this position?
Yeah, well, it's the whole line is quite interesting for white. I'd say in case of bishop b4 instead of bishop c5, it's quite an equal position, but it's nice. Yes, white can play on. Yeah, has different plans, and bishop c5 is known to be more forced. And this bishop b4, this b takes c3, bishop c5 move. Yeah, I played myself against. I can't recall what was the player, but I think some international master.
Carlos Jose Gabriel.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and I got lost with white after 3 moves already or something. Yes, so I thought it's quite a nice line, and I think it was already for quite some time. I mean, this idea of bishop c5, because I mean objectively it looks a little bit scary, but I wouldn't say. I mean, probably if you go for some forcing lines, yeah. Then yeah, you take some extra risk, but as far as I know, there is not so much white can do here. Perhaps instead of many different editions of this endgame, capturing winning the pawn, but the structure is so poor. I wasn't quite sure about if I should have played h3 because h3 is double-edged, so probably I don't know, something like rook c8 would be more smart, or maybe I don't know, even rook d8 and then rook d6. Just give away h4 pawn, but get an active rook instead. But somehow I thought that the should be all right. Yeah, and then I think it's basically a fortress. Yeah, so I'm not sure if white can achieve something. So the only idea is to play rook d5 or something. Yeah, if my king is on e7 or play square bishops. But I think it's very nice regrouping with my king on g7. it feels like black is in time. Like yes, or white has so many weaknesses, and h3 is not so easy to capture. So yeah, overall, I think was a decent game from me.
Right, and can we assume that this decision that you played g5 and you sort of forced the actions to go to the end game is based off the current situation on the score of the match as you are leading, or would you play something more like h3 if you were in must-win situation?
Well, for now I'm not in a must-win situation. Yeah, first of all, and then I think I was just trying to follow my analysis. I'm not sure if I managed to, but I think I have seen this. I had something similar, I think, in my files, this f4 move. And yeah, so I think, of course, like black can play on like with h3 or some moves instead of g5, but I guess it becomes like pretty much double-edged. And yeah, normally once black manages to reach this endgame, should be fine.
Right, thank you. My last question to Ding, and then I will give the floor to press. You mentioned that bishop c5 was a bit of surprise, and there was like 2 moments when you spent most of the time on the clock. There was when you played queen to g3, and another was bishop e2. Can you please tell us what were the possibilities that you were considering in that position?
Well, after bishop c5, yes, I only consider bishop queen g3 or any other move like bishop d3, but it's didn't have an idea behind it. And queen g3, but his move king f8 again surprised me. I was expecting g6, so I have to think again to see what will be his answer after bishop e2, d6, bishop f4. Yeah, I expect the h5 idea. If I go h4, then he can play bishop at g4 at some point later, and then rook e8 is a very quick develop. So at that point, I decided to castle to let him to play h4.
Right. All right, thank you very much. We have the question from the press. Please go ahead.
Добрый день, Ян. Расскажите, пожалуйста, насколько вас удивил конкретно выбор этой линии оппонента именно в сегодняшней партии, и насколько вас удивило то, что после хода слон c5 ваш соперник серьезно задумался?
Good afternoon, good evening, dear colleagues, dear guests. Jan, the question is to you. Were you surprised by your opponent choosing this line? And after the move bishop c5, were you surprised that your opponent fell into thinking?
Ну, как сказать, в принципе, этот вариант, он довольно часто применяется, в том числе, мне кажется, мой соперник его неоднократно играл. Вот. А то, что после слон c5 задумался, ну, слон c5 довольно редкий ход, мне кажется, его на высоком уровне еще не играли. Вот. Но ход, ну, на мой взгляд, интересный, да, то есть попытка сразу решить проблемы и там, форсировать игру. Вот. Но, в принципе, да, это какая-то довольно, ну, старая идея уже, получается.
Actually, this option was frequently used, and also I think by my opponent. And the move bishop c5, well, it's not so, actually it is rare on the high level games. But this move, I think, was a good one, and it was a good trial to falsify the game and to move it forward. Yeah, so I wasn't so much surprised.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question, Leoncho, please.
Leoncho Garcia from El País. A question for each one. For Liren, after the previous game, you said that your level of self-confidence regarding the winner of this match was about 5, counting from 1 to 10. My question is if this game has changed something on that sense. And for Ian, Mr. Filatov, president of the Russian Chess Federation, said a few days ago that you looked as a monkey with a hand grenade. As this comment sounds really very striking, I guess, for everybody, I wonder if you have some comment on that.
Thank you very much for the questions. I assume that we will go first with the Ding to answer the question.
Yeah, today I drew another white game, so it means there are only 4 games left. I need to at least score 1 wins to level the score, and yeah, it's become quite normal. Like there are 3 draws in the 3 rounds. But okay, the tournament is still not finished yet. So okay, we still have 4 games left. I wouldn't say how much confidence am I now. I didn't consider that. Yeah, that's my answer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ding. And now, Jan.
Thank you for a good question, as usual. But I guess I don't really want to elaborate on this. Yeah. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have more questions from press? Please.
Harry Schark, Chess Magazine, Karl, Germany. My question is to Jan Nepomniachtchi. My client asked 3 days ago Ding about the trainings games on Lichess and chess.com. How did this information influence your match strategy?
Thank you for the question. I wouldn't say it influenced it like too much. I guess yeah, my team like took a look, but I wouldn't say like it should be as hyped as it actually is. Yeah. So I guess yeah, I'm still like more or less doing what I supposed to do. What I thought I was going to do, yeah, so that didn't change it too much, I think.
Thank you very much for the answer. And we have more questions in the press, please.
Ян, расскажите, пожалуйста, как вы провели выходной накануне и вообще как вы их проводите в свете того, что матч двигается к концу, и, может быть, у вас как-то меняется расписание, не знаю, может, вы больше гуляете или там больше сидите, отдыхаете?
Jan, the question is to you. Please, could you tell us how do you spend your days off? Maybe you spend them somehow differently. Maybe you spend them walking around more, or maybe taking a rest more. So please tell us more about it.
Ну, как это? В очередной раз отвечу, что ничего особенного я не делаю. То есть, ну, стараюсь больше отдыхать и тоже не забываю про подготовку. Вот, а так, ну, понятно, надо побольше поспать, погулять, вот, ну, выходные, ну, там, день отдыха для того, чтобы отдыхать, это, в общем, следует из названия.
So actually, I will repeat again, so there is nothing special. I will try to rest more, but I don't forget about preparation. So the day off means it's a day off, so I try to sleep a little bit more, maybe take a little bit more walk. But still, I prepare anyway.
Thank you very much. And do we have more questions? Yeah, please go ahead. Commentary team.
Hi, it's a question for Ding. When you took on d6, you went for the endgame. Like, how seriously did you look at like retreating the bishop to e3, and what were you thinking there?
Yeah, I'm thinking bishop e3 a little bit. But suddenly I saw after take on d6 I can play f4 afterwards, so I decided just to simplify the position. I believe I have some chances in the end game, but maybe not so too much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Please, one more question.
Actually, I have the same question for Ding. How do you spend your rest days, and maybe your schedule just changed since the beginning of the match?
Rest day, I go for some walk and spend more time to rest, to sleep. Also, chat with my friends, and yeah, something like this.
Yeah, thank you very much for the answers. I think now it's time for the Twitter segment, and Jesse will bring the questions from the audience. Please, Jesse.
Jesse February here. The first question is from Mads. You are both a great inspiration for young people around the world that love chess. Could you talk about what your fascination about the game was when you were young?
Let's go first, Jan, with you.
Thank you for the question. I guess then I was like, then I just like learned to play and learned, let's say, to read. So also, I could read some chess books. I was really fond of replaying some games from these books and are seeking for some sort of harmony, like in between the pieces. Yeah, so that was like sort of a favorite part until some certain age.
Thank you. And Ding, what about you?
Some advice?
We will repeat the question, please.
All right, so basically I said that both of you are a great inspiration for young people who play chess. What was your fascination about the game when you were young?
When I was young?
Yes.
Yeah, I followed many live games, so I spent some time studying them. So yeah, solve some tactic puzzles. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Best blunder for both Ding and Jan. You are playing the Grand Chess Tour in Romania just 5 days after the match. Are you not wanting to take a break after the grueling match at all?
I guess I surely will think about this question, but right after the match, yeah.
Thank you. And Ding, what about you?
Yeah, it's not something to consider right now.
Right. Fair enough. Do we have more questions from Twitter?
Yes, from Shagnik. Has being involved in such an intense one-on-one match affected your opinion of your opponent in any way?
This is the question to both players.
Both players.
Please, we go with Jan.
Yeah, sir, could you repeat, please?
Sure. Has being involved in such an intense match affected your opinion of your opponent?
Frankly, I don't know.
Okay, what about you, Ding?
Yeah, it was played between both of us, so it could be influenced by both of us.
All right, I have one more question from Yara. Aside from the World Championship, what are some of your longer-term goals in your career?
Jan, let's go with you first.
I guess ask me in a week or something.
Okay, we'll keep that in mind. What about you, Ding? Long-term goals?
Long-term goals, no.
No? Thank you very much, Jesse, for the questions. Do we have more questions in press? Well, I do have one last question to both players as the match is getting very close to the end. It is probably very hard to keep the energy level up. So in your preparation before and during the match, do you give attention to the physical preparation? Perhaps you keep certain training regime or some sort of diet also during the match. Jan, please.
Yeah, absolutely. But out of some experience from the previous match, I made some corrections, and yeah, surely you have keep up the schedule and whatever you call it, diet. Yeah, but in some parts, yes, also this, and also don't forget about some physical activity. But yeah, I think it's not the same for everyone. Yes, so I can't say if there is a standard you should seek and try to follow.
Right, and to compare the previous World Championship match, and now, if you can give us the example of your physical preparation, what you have done earlier, previous one, and what you are doing now. What's the change?
It was so long ago.
Okay. And what about you, Ding? How the physical preparation and the diet looks in your case?
Yeah, I play some soccer or basketball like yo-yo, which was what I like to do in general. Also, I run a little bit, which is not so fun, but I think it's useful for the preparation of the tournament.
Right, thank you very much. I have no more questions for you today, so thank you very much, everyone, and also the players. Tomorrow, another round will start at 3 p.m. local time, so that's it for today. Thank you.
Ask me in a week is what Jan said about long-term plans and long-term goals. But right now, that is because it is only this match that the two are thinking about. It is complete focus on winning the World Championship. And we had 5 decisive games in the first half, 3 back-to-back draws in the second half, which means that Jan goes into the final 4 games with 5.5 points. He's 2 points away from being crowned world champion. He has a 1-point lead, and for Ding fans, that is striking distance. The finish line is in sight, but with every game, with every passing game, the urgency increases. The pressure increases on Ding. Fabi, what does Ding need to do to get a win from here?
I still think he will get some chances in this match. I don't think it's going to be like today where it's some very steady draws. I think that we will see at least one big chance for him, possibly more. We could easily see more than that. But I don't know if they'll necessarily come from the games where he has the white pieces, because from Jan's point of view, with the white pieces, he still wants to press for a win, because it's still not that margin that he's going to shut down with white. If it was +2, I think he might shut down with white, but with +1, he'll still go for a big fight, and Ding could also get chances with the black pieces. We saw that critical game 7 that Ding lost. He actually did have very serious chances to get the upper hand in that game with black. So I think Ding will get some chances. He just needs to be ready to accept them when they come. Not easier said than done, of course, but that's at least something for him to look forward to.
Yeah. And in fact, our pre-game odds by our Chess.com stats team gave Jan the odd of 83% if Game 10 ended in a draw, 83% to become world champion. So still a big favorite with 4 games left. And what you said, Fabi, I was going to ask you this question, Robert, that with the match situation, Jan leads with a point. He starts with the white pieces in game 11. How much risk will he take to actually close down to shut down the match? A Jan win essentially means match over. He's world champion. Will he continue to have a solid approach, or will he try to take his chances tomorrow, Robert?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to take huge risks, because in game 9, for example, when he had the white pieces, he had the upper hand without taking any risks out of the opening. And if Ding Liren plays something solid, they make a draw, he won't be too displeased about that. Let's not forget that after the game tomorrow, there will be a rest day that will give Jan a bit of extra time to prepare to have the black pieces. I agree with Fabiano that Ding will get chances. I don't think that this match is over. By no stretch of the imagination is that the case. However, I think that, for example, if Ding Liren were to play a French, Jan would choose a quite solid line. He's not going to allow any sort of imbalances, because at this stage, with just 4 games remaining, every draw inches him closer to that finish line and that world champion title.
And the action that we saw today, just how level the game was, the accuracy that was pointed at, it just feels a very stable part of the match. Like, both players are feeling extremely confident. Neither of them are playing super rash. You're not seeing the kind of errors, the kind of inaccuracies that we saw in the first half, which would give another player a chance. And with 5 decisive games in the first half, 3 draws in the second half, Robert, what do you think is the reason for the match reaching this momentum as we're seeing?
Well, part of it is nerves. I mean, the game 8 draw was not just this solid affair. Ding Liren had a winning position. Had he picked up that rook, he would have escaped a perpetual check. This match would have been tied after 8 games. But in the last 2 games in particular, I think we've seen maybe a slight inaccuracy from Ding Liren, that rook b8 move in game 9, but nothing drastic. Both players are playing solid types of openings, which don't leave as much wiggle room to go wrong. So I think that for the players, they have stabilized. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi has been quite impressive, especially today's preparation. And for Ding Liren, he may need to play an objectively risky move at some point to try to take the match into unfamiliar territory for Jan. He said it himself. Ding was like, I could have retreated my bishop, but I thought maybe it was just bad for me and I shouldn't do that. But in order to win games, sometimes you have to risk losing.
With just 4 games remaining, the urgency is here. Ding at some point will have to go all out to create his chances on the board. Fabi, he starts with the black pieces tomorrow. How important is it for him to just have a risk-free opening, to get out of the opening? We've seen these amazing surprises by Ding. He's played the French here. He started with the Berlin. And I'm going to ask you, are you expecting another solid approach by Ding taking on the Berlin one more time?
I think we'll see another deviation, and I'm excited to see what that deviation might be. But we're already at the moment when it's not a desperate situation. If Ding draws, it's not completely desperate, but he will want to create the possibility of chances that, you know, something sharper happens, that he plays for a win. So another opening besides the Berlin. Also, I don't know if you really want to play the Berlin and invite preparation. It seems like he's been trying to jump around, avoiding any potential prep from Jan. So I think we might see that again. I don't know if it'll be a French. I don't know if it'll be something else. Maybe a Najdorf. I actually think it would be a fascinating choice to play the Najdorf at this stage in the match. But why not? I mean, it's not like you have a World Championship match every day. So take your chances. You're behind in the match. Create some chances. I would say it's definitely a possible strategy. Although if he loses, I'll say, you know, I apologize for the bad advice. But yeah, you don't know what the right approach is. Maybe it's a good idea to take some risks.
Ravi, you know that Ding has been following the commentary a little bit, so you've got to be a little careful with those advices. I saw Robert raise his eyebrows when you mentioned the Najdorf at this stage. And of course, for the players, it's going to be the big question of how much risk each of them wants to take. Does Nepo want to keep things solid with his approach with white, or will he try to create his chances to shut down the match? Meanwhile, Ding, with only 4 games remaining, will he rely on his final 2 games with white, or will he want to create something unexpected even with the black pieces? There is a big game 11 coming up tomorrow before another rest day, after which Ding will return with the white pieces. It's been such a fantastic day of chess that we've had, where both players really held their own. Ding asserting that pressure on the board from the start, but never enough. Jan's defensive resources and just his ability to be calm on the board and keeping a control on the clock saw him cruise through this game 10 test by white from Ding Liren. And we will be back with the action from game 11. Guys, it's been so much fun once more. Thank you so much, Fabi. Thank you so much, Robert, for joining us and for breaking down the action so that chat and I can stay up with what these world-class players are doing in Astana right now. A big shout out to our chat for just being amazing as always. And we will be back with game 11 tomorrow. For now, we leave you with all the big moments from today. See you tomorrow.
We can expect Ding Liren to play something new. He has Richard Rapport as his second. When you hire that man, you have to play variety, because variety is the spice of life, and I think we are going to get something new today.
I think 1c4. I think we're going to see an English, and there it is, 1c4 played.
He was thinking about it, or at least he was trying to make us think he was thinking about it. This is very decent for black. Like here, I don't think white has any serious chances for an advantage. Draw is a very likely result.
We did just see f4 played. I would not want to play this from black. I just don't really see the proper defensive setup.
Jan is playing this also super confident. Since g5, not a single move has he thought for more than like 10 seconds, I think. Every move has been just bashed out instantly. b5 played rook to a3, absolutely forced. Otherwise, I think black will lose this game. I don't think that they will take too long to play this one out.
That the rook pawn is going to be a draw, and Ding there with a smile gives it up He knows there's no trying in this one. Jan Nepomniachtchi saves the game with the black pieces.